Hello and welcome to the Inspiring Workplaces People Summit in association with H&H. Thank you to them for being an amazing partner. This is Inspiring Workplaces' most ambitious event that we do every year. We're starting here. I'm in London, but we're starting in Australasia, and we'll be traveling across the globe: Asia, Africa, Middle East, Europe, the UK, Latin America, and ending in North America in about 24 hours time. My name is Matthew Manners. I'm the CEO and founder of the Inspiring Workplaces Group. And the script says I'm host for the next 24 hours. That is a lie. I'm doing about 8 hours through the night. Always trying to find that balance between too much coffee and not enough coffee over the past 4 years. It's our 4th year going around the world, bringing you stories of inspiration, case studies, amazing speakers, all trying to make the world of work a better place. We want to give back, we want to inspire you, and we want to give our global community much needed inspiration to change the world through the world of work and create your own inspiring workplaces from tomorrow, 2025 and beyond. All of this wouldn't be possible without our incredible team who have been and will be working around the clock. Our sponsors: Fidelity, Harkin, Hula, Mindset Management, Open Blend, Song Division, Engage, and of course our headline supporter, H&H. So what can you expect? We'll be bringing you expert speakers, as I said, from around the world, covering topics such as remote working, well-being, diversity and inclusion, culture change, neurodivergence in the workplace, and much, much more. Such a broad spectrum that can sit under People First. If you think about it, we're probably covering it over the next 24 hours. It's a real honor to be here, and I think we should just get straight into it. So right here being Austria, I wish I was back in Sydney, where our current speaker is from Sydney, or originally from Melbourne, lives in Sydney proudly now, as you'll, I'm sure, attest to, but is back in Melbourne as we speak. Carl Treacher, the Group CEO of the Culture Institute of Australia. Carl's background is in science, marketing, culture and leadership, as well as his research into brand reputation and culture has led to over 60 published articles, as well as speaking engagements at TEDx and the Committee for Economic Development in Australia. There's not much Carl hasn't done, from working with Arnold Schwarzenegger to competing in a variety of endurance sports. He's actually fresh from running the Culture Institute's CultureCon, and that's why he's down in Melbourne. A huge success from all accounts and what I've seen on LinkedIn. It's a leading in-person event driving positive cultural change near and far, and they really have cutting-edge speakers. So please do check out CultureCon if you're in that part of the world. Carl's talk is entitled "The Wonder and the Truth About Toxic Leadership." I'm not going to say any more than that. I'm going to leave that to the man himself. So without further ado, please welcome the guru, that's Carl Treacher, and also a very good friend. And for those that have tuned in over the past 4 years to what was the Inspirathon and now the People First Summit. Hello, Carl.
Hello, Matt. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you, as always. I know we go back, I hate to think how long, probably 15 years now.
More.
And I love what you do. I love what you're doing. I've been watching you develop since you were a very young boy, obviously 15 years ago. And I think this is a critical and really important thing that you're doing in elevating culture, inspiring workplaces for everyone at a really important time.
Thank you. Well, without further ado, I'm just going to let you do your thing. I'll speak to you in about half an hour.
Thank you. Thanks, Matt. I would just like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners and custodians of the land and paying my respects to elders past, present and emerging here in Melbourne. So I'll be talking today, I don't know how long, but certainly not too long to switch off. I think I'm going to be talking about something that's really relevant to all of us. I am in a hotel room, so I should probably just preface that I'm not in my bedroom. I'm actually on a work assignment for an incredible piece of work, actually, where we're trying to transform the culture of a 38,000 person organisation, and it's very possible. I think that's the key message. So today I am going to be talking about toxic workplaces in particular. The prevalence of toxic workplaces. I'm going to scare you all with statistics and facts about how prevalent toxic workplaces are and also how they come about. I'm not going to leave us there. I'm going to take us to a position where we set the scene and we actually face into the reality of toxic workplaces. Before we start talking about the remedy, what is it that we can actually do? And through our research at the Culture Institute and by lots of insights globally at the moment to arrest this situation, we're finding nuggets, things that aren't overwhelming. We don't need to transform entire mindsets and mentality to achieve this. We actually can hone in on specific leadership traits that are perpetuating toxic culture. And so if we arrest those and we identify different types of leaders, we invest in different types of cultural leadership, we have an opportunity to reset that and to ensure that we're not creating environments that are conducive to toxicity. I should probably also state, in Australia, we have a new set of laws around occupational health and safety, or workplace health and safety. So it's now not okay for organisations to just respond to a complaint of harassment, for instance, or sexual harassment. We have to make sure that we are taking positive duty and proactive steps to ensure that we're creating environments that eliminate the opportunity for harassment. Now, that is an absolute reset. And in my language, that is culture has teeth. For the first time in 20 years, no longer am I standing up on stage or with a client or online waving my hands around saying, hey, listen, let's do better. Let's be better. Let's be better for one another. It's now law. So hopefully that I'll still appeal to those people that have the right sort of mindset and positive intent. But The reality is it's now law, so there's no other way to be. Let me start by asking you a question, or to ask you to reflect how important it is for you to feel truly heard. And I think that's obviously a question that we hear in our relationships, obviously with our partner. But in the workplace, how important do you feel it is to be heard? An interesting insight from Gallup very recently indicated that only 21% of employees feel that they are heard at work, which means the overwhelming amount or volume of employees believe that they're not. And when we're not heard, we don't feel respected. And the one element of a healthy, high-performing culture is respect. So if we're not feeling heard or seen or recognized or acknowledged, we're not feeling respected. And when we don't feel respected, we don't really contribute. And so then we start getting into the traditional type of metrics around employee engagement goes down. We don't get to collaborate. We're not going to innovate. We're not going to expend discretionary effort because we don't feel valued. So I'll talk a little bit more about that. I'll talk about how toxic culture presents and what creates that. But I'll also talk about the remedy, and in particular, curiosity. And the way that curiosity can then arrest and pour water on the fire that is toxic culture. But first, let me give you some interesting statistics about toxic culture itself. So 76% of employees have experienced or witnessed toxic culture. Now, we've just run a study with 257 companies here in Australia that indicated that 75% of employees have been in a toxic workplace environment in the last 5 years. So for me, it's a little bit difficult to even comprehend those numbers, particularly because a lot of the time on LinkedIn and the conversation is about how great workplaces are. It's great to work here. It's terrific. We've got a really positive work environment. Leaders like to say that. But our insights suggest that's not true. Our insights suggest that there's a hell of a lot of work to be done. And yes, there's going to be shining lights, and there are going to be great workplaces. And I think there's a lot to be learned from those. And we don't need to reinvent things if we can see what works. So yes, they should be recognized and heralded through legitimate bona fide awards, much like Matt does. But I do state very clearly that the vast majority of employees aren't having the optimal workplace experience. And so in that 75% of employees that indicate that they are being in a toxic work environment, they attribute the catalyst or the cause of that to leadership, and in particular, senior leadership. And what's more concerning is that 79% of that 75% is an aggregate, obviously, but 79% of women have been in a toxic work environment in Australia in the last 5 years, which means we're getting it wrong. Culturally, we're getting it wrong somewhere. Now, as a people scientist, I want to know why. I want to know why as a people scientist academically, but more importantly, I've got an 11-year-old daughter who's going to be in the workplace in 10 years' time. And the last thing I want, after investing a decade into her emotional well-being, is to put her at the hands of a toxic leader. I think that should be really motivating for all of us. Anyone that has children or that cares about anyone at all, our friends, for instance, or our family. What happens is you enter a toxic work environment, you get contaminated by that to some extent, and you take that home with you. And you are not your best with your family. Your empathy, your relational health is compromised. And because of that, your family's relational health is compromised. And then that is a knock-on effect. And I'll talk about some more seismic insights that we've got around degrees of empathy and mind blindness in a minute. But that's what we're finding, is that through a ripple effect, social transmission, along with the vast implications coming from technology, we're finding that empathy is in decline. And because of that, we're caring less. And at a time where we're in a US election where who knows what's going to happen there, it's a time to care, not care less. Some other statistics that are going to shock you. 58% of employees have left jobs specifically due to their toxic workplace in the last 2 years. And toxicity in Australia costs businesses $22 billion in turnover over 5 years, which is, for us, that's an enormous number. It's 10 times that number for the US, so $230 billion over 5 years. Common manifestations. So what does this look like? When we talk about toxic culture, I ran a workshop yesterday with 100 people and I asked the question, have you been in a toxic workplace? What does it look like for you? Outside of that anecdotal evidence, and it's all very similar, the reality is toxic culture, by definition, is a systemic negative behaviors. So negative behaviors that are more dominant and prevalent than positive behaviors. Now, what we know about high-performing culture is it starts with psychological safety and positive effect or positive feeling, vibe, mood, climate. So if we're in a situation where we have a systemic negative effect, we have a toxic culture, which is, it lays the foundation and environment for poor behavior. In Australia last Thursday at 3 o'clock, the largest media network, Nine, released their independent review into their culture. And they found that over 50% of people were living in a toxic environment in that particular company. When we got down to when the report identifies what the causes were and what that looks like, and it was a blame culture. It was people waking up in the morning feeling sick because they knew they were going to be blamed for something, or white-anted, or in conflict for something that wasn't necessarily their fault. The common element philosophically is that it's putting individual benefit / greed, myopic self-interest ahead of the interests of others in the company, and that's what causes toxic culture. Which means we put people into a leadership position that care more about themselves than other people. Now, the issue with that, and I'll talk about this a little bit more later, possibly, because let's face it, this could go forever. The things that got leaders to their position of leadership is personal achievement. And so some of the very behaviors that have led to their personal success are the things that they need to put out for the collective success. So competitive behavior, overly striving, focusing on results at all cost. If we're trying to create and foster a culture of collaboration and innovation and curiosity and empathy and customer centricity and things that actually lead to great performance, we need to put ourselves aside and become the coach. Need to go from being the star player to the coach, where our success is everyone's success. I think some of the other obvious ways to recognize that you're in a toxic environment is micromanagement and control. So very recently I was working with a company, and look, there's nothing wrong with the leader. They weren't a terrible person. And obviously when we say toxic, people think of psychopaths. And let's face it, 1 in 24 leaders in Australia are compromised in terms of their mirror neurons and the ability to recognize someone else's experience. So yes, sociopaths at least. But that's not always the case. Sometimes we just have leaders that are deeply insecure. Now, deeply insecure individuals, and let's face it, anxiety is through the roof globally, particularly in the Western world. What that means is we seek to control. So if we're insecure, we look to control our environment. Deeply insecure people shouldn't be leaders. I think that's really important to understand. In terms of recognizing senior leaders, if you go to any of the executive search firms, they're going to look at experience, capability, they're going to look at expertise and your qualifications. They might do an emotional intelligence test, and I really hope they do. If they find that you are a deeply insecure individual, you do not get a seat at the table in terms of leadership, because the first thing you're going to do is seek to control your environment. And what that means is you're going to seek to control other people, which is the root cause. But let's wind it back a little bit. Let's wind it back into, what does this look like? Why would you even think that you can control someone else? The reality is the recognition of one another. So there's a concept, Sacha Baron Cohen, Borat, was the comedian. His brother is a famous scientist professor in the States. He's Simon Baron Cohen. And he coined the concept of theory of mind, which is a neurobiological concept essentially where we have mirror neurons or von Economo neurons where we can recognize someone else's existence and we can sense and feel what's happening for them. So we translate that into empathy. And empathy is a lovely term that I like to talk about in organizational psychology. We talk about in actual fact and reality, it's a difficult concept for people to get their head around. However, what we're finding societally is, and Obama actually made a good point of this many years ago, to say we've got an empathy deficit. Empathy's in decline. That came out of a study in the States that indicated that between 1979 and 2009, there's a 49% decrease in empathy for college students, who, by the way, are now leaders. So their actual ability to recognize one another, see one another, help someone feel seen and empathize is compromised. Now, that's just not that generation, that's specific to that generation because technology has interfered largely with their lives, and they have 1/3 relational health experience than a Gen X. Now, it doesn't mean Gen Xers are right either, because we're coming off a neurotic plague. So our parents were generally very nervous, anxious people that transferred that into our generation. But what you do find is because of that technology, the relational health and the way that they talk, if you talk to a vast, in our focus groups, when we talk to a lot of millennials, they haven't had the experience to develop the empathetic pathways, and empathy grows through experience. It doesn't happen in isolation. So very commonly, and even this week, I've spoken to two people, 20 and 21-year-olds have bumped into, asked them a series of questions. They don't ask questions. They talk about themselves. They don't demonstrate an interest in anyone else. They don't have their very low levels of curiosity. Now, these aren't gross generalizations for the whole demographic, but this is very prevalent in that demographic. So it's important to be aware. It doesn't mean that they're sociopaths or psychopaths and don't have the actual neurobiology themselves. It just means they need to do work. Let me get back to this. So what does it look like? Toxic workplace looks like a lack of psychological safety, a lack of the ability to feel like you've been given the benefit of the doubt, and that you can ask questions, or that you can make mistakes or ask for help. Now, asking questions, making mistakes, and asking for help, they are hallmarks of high-performing organizations. We see that. Everyone knows that. The Google Aristotle project was very clear about that. Organizations like Pixar, Navy SEALs, Netflix to some extent, although I've got some concerns there, have operationalized ways to do this. So providing feedback, there's a company here just down the street from where I'm in Melbourne that has a concept called a rumble. If you have a disagreement, it's accepted, it's encouraged, you go into a room together and you rumble it out. There's no hard feelings, there's no passive aggression, there's no conversation after the conversation. It's just a way to hash out differences of opinion in a safe environment. That is what's required. That does not happen in a toxic environment. So what happens there is silent disagreement, essentially, and passive aggression. So the other key point out of everything I say today is that if culture is left alone, if you do nothing, humans default to tribal behavior. We form tribes. We form alliances. What do tribes do? Tribes go to war. Tribes and clans go to war. So if you leave a culture to its own devices, it's very rare for it to come together and find a proactive, pro-social, generalized, harmonized, cohesive cause that we all rally behind and are excited about and look after. We form fiefdoms. We form clans, we form tribes, we feel secure, we feel cues of belonging and a sense of belonging in our tribe, and then we defend it. And we defend that tribe against another tribe, and immediately we start to develop a toxic environment. And then we become compromised. Then people leave and a variety of things happen, and it escalates to a point where you're possibly out of control and you're possibly in the headlines like we saw last week with Australia's leading largest media network, where it becomes more normal than not to have a toxic workplace. The impact of toxic workplaces: 50% higher turnover rates, 33% lower productivity, 48% of employees deliberately decrease their work effort in toxic workplaces, and 85% say that toxic workplaces affect their home life. To my earlier point, we cannot afford, in the world that we live in, to be wandering back into our environments with our children and family and not be in a positive frame of mind, or at least a neutral frame of mind. And the reality is, it's not up to you. It's very, very difficult for you psychologically to wander out of a toxic environment where you've been white-anted, you've been in conflict, you've been blamed for things, you've had to defend yourself, you've gone to war, to come in, neutralize, and provide a great role model for your family or your children. I think in this day and age, that's probably the most important thing. Let's forget about shareholder return and being productive at work. We actually need to ensure that we're creating a positive, empathetic existence for our family and our children. So this is the stuff that gets me out of bed, and that is, how do we ensure that we provide a societal, we advance society. There's an interesting book by David Gillespie who wrote a variety of things. He wrote Sweet Poison, I think, which was the sugar book. Great book. He's an excellent journalist. He wrote a book recently called Toxic at Work. Now, it's not my favorite book. It's not my least favorite book either. But he focuses on psychopaths and the prevalence of sociopathy and psychopathy in work. And it's real. It's quite interesting and it's quite real. Out of everything he wrote, the main message there is, if that's the case, get away from it. So you can't fix it. This isn't something where we can say, oh, look, you've got to develop your empathy and you should be asking more questions, being more curious and interested and contemplative. If they don't have the biology, the neurobiology to be that way, they're never going to get it. So your job is to stay away and remove yourself from that environment. Let me look just quickly about why toxic workplaces happen. I have talked a little bit about the deep insecurities that lead to controlling environments, and that's usually the case. There's another really fascinating thing that happens, and that is you can trace toxic workplaces back to leadership behavior, and it's something between 55 and 60%. There's an interesting study from Harvard that came out talking about that. 71% of toxic leaders, now toxic leaders are those leaders that are compromised in terms of their ability to care, essentially. 71% demonstrate narcissistic tendencies. Now, it doesn't mean that they're a narcissist or antisocial personality disorder like Donald Trump. They just demonstrate narcissistic tendencies, which are encouraged by their role. So, better leaders, there's a couple of typical profiling tools that everyone uses. Hogan's one of them. Altruism has to be in a leadership profile. So if you find that you're looking for a leader and you ask these questions, altruism, empathy, high sense of curiosity and care, contemplative behavior, if they're absent, that person is not a leader. They might be the most gifted intellect that you've ever run into. They might be the most accomplished in terms of their education, but their relational health and their ability to carry people forward culturally is incredibly compromised, and they will never do it. So the default setting I mentioned before around culture is to move to a tribal position. Why is that? Wouldn't you think that we'd know about that? Well, we don't know about that because we don't know about culture. Certainly in Australia, there's not one subject in an MBA course, in a master's course. There's no course, there's no syllabus inside any HR or leadership program that talks about culture. So why would we expect it to be any better? If our natural human default is for us to be tribal and conflict-ridden and go to war, that's always going to prevail. We don't have any sort of circuit breaker. There's nothing there that suggests that we can interfere with that taking place. And of course, that will take place, and it is. All the research suggests that. Previously, I mentioned Sacha Baron Cohen's brother Simon, talking about the theory of mind, which is we can relate to someone else's perspective. Walking in their shoes is more the simplified version of that. The concept of when that's not the case, we end up in a position where you have what they call mind blindness. So look, there's probably another good concept to talk about here, which is called sonder, a concept that entered the dictionary in 2014, which means you can see people as the lead actor in their movie, not just the extra in yours. And to be mind blind means we just see people as extras. Now, the volume of mind blindness is increasing all the time because empathy is decreasing. So we don't care as much. We care more about ourselves. Instagram technology is certainly encouraging that and perpetuating that. This week we had Johan Hari talk at our conference about stolen focus and the implications of that. And yes, it's obvious that your partner might be stuck or addicted to their phone, but what's actually happening is they're decreasing their degree of interest and empathy for you. And so that has to be arrested. 40% of executives struggle with mind blindness, their ability to connect or even recognize that other people have an existence. 62% of toxic leaders show low scores on empathy. 78% rate themselves above average. And this is the critical point. People overestimate and over-index their self-awareness. And another study indicates that 85% of the leaders believe that they are very self-aware. They are very capable of understanding another perspective. And in the same study, through another series of measures, we found that 15% were actually self-aware. So because of that overestimation, and I think even 85% is low. In other studies, all toxic leaders believe they're not toxic because they don't recognize the implications of their behavior. And so that the opportunity to hold a mirror up hasn't been afforded to them. So they don't know. And they believe that they're not toxic. And that's 100% of leaders. 100% of toxic leaders. The root cause, I've mentioned, the deep sense of insecurity, need for constant validation, control, their inability to make mistakes. You'll always find evidence of a toxic leader because they won't say sorry. I presented at a conference yesterday and I called someone the wrong name, and the first thing I did was to go and apologise. It's a mistake, but when we make mistakes, it's very reasonable to own it. And I think it's important that we do. Narcissistic tendencies, so self-focus on decision making. We don't involve others in our decision making. We certainly don't attribute credit where it's due. We did a very, very large, it was a $1 billion project here where we were designing an environment or an experience across Australia. We spent maybe 3 years doing it, and I was heavily involved in that. And the leader at the time, my client, not once recognised our work and claimed it all as themselves. And they don't even know they're doing it. It's just naturally part of the toxic process that they're in. I do want to talk about power intoxication because this is fascinating. It's an emerging area. Before I get to how we can fix this, because I know I've painted a pretty bleak picture. The science behind power intoxication or corruption, or hubris syndrome as they call it, the neural pathways that we have, and I know I've talked a little bit about neurobiology and mirror neurons, but the pathways that we have can easily get compromised when we become a leader. So there's a statistic here, I just want to pull this up here. Leaders experiencing power intoxication show a 45% decrease in the mirror neuron activity. So they become compromised by half in their ability to recognize, see, and care. So those cells that are responsible for empathy, and this is a study that came out of the Natural Neuroscience Journal in 2022, 45% decrease in that. So what does that look like? Decreased empathy, I've mentioned that. So 67% decreased ability to read others' emotions. They can't recognize suffering or discomfort. So in a world where we find that anxiety is rife and people are struggling for a variety of reasons, there's a lot of pressure on. Burnout in Australia is extremely high. We need leaders to be able to recognise that that's happening and address it. We need them to be able to wander in, provide reassurance, and make the right decisions for that individual at that time. Other indications of this toxicity is overconfidence. So the dismissal of expert advice. You'll see them making their own decisions. Even culture. I've mentioned there's no cultural education program in Australia. You have to rely on people like myself and my colleagues and other organisations like us that dedicate our lives to understanding how to arrest toxic culture and build healthy, high-performing culture. You have to rely on that because you clearly don't know how to do it yourself. 75% of employees live in a toxic environment. So if you're left to your own devices, it ain't working. So I think there's a couple of other things I should probably pull out before I start, give us a little bit of hope. I might just go to hope because I think I'm running out of time, and I'll paint that picture all day. The reality is that we can fix this. So for a long time we talked about empathy and care as being the remedy. But the problem with that is empathy is really difficult. It's difficult to say to someone, care more. It's difficult to say, you're not caring enough. We need you to start investing more in understanding one another and demonstrating care. It's really hard for us to do. And so what we find is we default to a variety of mechanisms because the overt process doesn't necessarily work. We go to things like mindfulness training, where we teach people to meditate, be more considerate, be present. Now, that really does work. But what works even better, and this is really, really recent insights that have come out in the last 18 months, by triggering curiosity in individuals and leaders, the knock-on effect or the byproduct is that we increase empathy, more so than even mindfulness training. I found that astounding because I would have thought dedicated, specific training towards being more mindful and considerate would have a greater effect. It doesn't. What has a greater effect is teaching people to ask questions and be legitimately interested and present in the answer. what happens through curiosity is that we start caring about the other person's existence. One of the best things any leader can do is say, tell me about you. And outside of work, what are you doing? Look, that's important. Some good questions there are, what are you working on? How can I help? That's a great question. However, tell me about you. Gets to a sense of belonging and a sense of connectivity between people that actually carries on to bring empathy to life. So it creates psychological safety. There's a sense of empathy that builds just through understanding one another from a cognitive perspective. It reduces defensive responses. So we don't go into if we feel like we're seen, and the first question I asked you is how often and how well do you feel like you're heard? If we get to a point where we feel heard and people are interested in us, we don't get to a defensive, protective position, which is very tribal. We encourage multiple perspectives and can take multiple perspectives on board. We don't just fortify our own perspective. So I might just get to a point here of building a curiosity-based culture. So asking questions around why is the start. And look, I'm no big fan of Simon Sinek. I think I openly suggest that. I think it was an interesting concept to say why. I haven't seen him do anything that's useful outside of that. We were asking that question in terms of why a decade before this. So I find a correlation between the leaders that say Simon Sinek's terrific and their actual performance to be substandard. So Captain Obvious or real leaders don't subscribe to that is probably where I sit. But after that little rant and possible personal attack, I do think that the concept of why is critical. And those people, the more people that say that, including Simon, the better. So as a leader, we need to be understanding how are you going. Don't just leave it at that. Good, thanks. Why? What's happening for you? Oh, look, I'm struggling. I'm actually struggling. I just said good, thanks. Well, what are you struggling with? Why is that the case? How can I help? So that practicing assertive listening is really important. Institutionally or operationally with larger organizations that do this well, the globe knows about Google's 20% innovation time and curiosity space. Personally, I don't think that's, I don't even know that's true. I think Google, maybe they started with that. And it was a really good way to start with innovation. Hack days are the same. Some hack days have been great, but over time they might interfere more than actually deliver. But creating an environment and a key cultural symbol that we do value curiosity and we encourage people to be curious in that time is critical. Microsoft's growth mindset is another thing. Adobe's Kickbox. These things actually lead to great innovation for the company because you're almost forcing people to be curious and collaborative with one another. And because of that, we get the wisdom of crowds. We get the collective mindset solving problems, which is essentially a superpower for humanity. And I think that's another key point when we talk about culture. And this talk isn't about the definition of culture, and maybe it should be. Culture is for a very long time been seen as a line item in HR. It's been employee engagement is about productivity, and culture is actually about alignment to strategy. So what I'm really keen to do is make sure that we see culture for what it is, which is humankind's superpower. And our ability to come together and solve complex problems sets us aside from any other species. So when we get that right, in a healthy environment where we encourage different perspectives in a very diverse and inclusive perspectives, it's an incredible superpower. It puts us in a position to be able to solve amazing problems for the world. So what happens if we get this right? Now, let me paint the good picture. I'm going to finish with what this looks like in the positive sense. Curious organizations are organizations that have invested in being more curious and encouraging their leaders to be more curious, which we know is the antithesis of control and toxicity. They garner 55% greater levels of trust. Now, the thing with trust, as we know, is it arrives on foot and leaves on horseback, which is that old famous quote. It's exactly the case. We spend forever establishing trust, but it can go immediately. And when I say go immediately, if you employ the wrong leader, that can undermine decades of trust. We see that particularly if we're talking about CEOs that move into a role and that haven't been vetted in terms of their ability to connect. There's 41% improvement in employee engagement for curious organizations. 38% have much better collaboration scores, of course, because they're curious. There's 49% or 47 to 9% greater innovation metrics. So they explore more because, let's face it, curiosity leads to exploration. And 31% reduction in workplace conflict. Now, workplace conflict doesn't have to be overt. What we found is that when we say workplace conflict, you sort of get into IR, industrial relations, how many disputes have we had, how many law cases are live. It doesn't need to be that. It can actually be, am I stonewalling the person that I work with? And because that is a conflict. We are not actually connecting on things that benefit others in the organization and the organization itself. So I'd like to sort of leave with a couple of things. One is just daily practices. So asking 3 questions in meetings. One of my friends is a former world champion professional athlete. He's a lovely guy. However, he had to train himself to ask questions. So after being, in the spotlight for so long and a household name here in Australia, he got to a point where he got enough feedback, and because he's an athlete, he's used to getting feedback, where to suggest that he was not conducive or not connecting with others. So he had to train himself to ask questions. And be it him or anyone else in our world, asking questions and being curious isn't actually where we start anymore. There's so much information coming to us, and we're sharing so much information that asking questions and being curious is being lost and slipped through the gaps. So the scheduling curiosity coffee chats is something that I recommend, where you're just having a coffee to understand someone. Tell me more about you. I'd like to learn more about you. What are you doing? Why is that? How does that work? Just as my wife returns to our hotel room. And keeping a learning journal.
That's amazing.
Thanks. My wife entering the room.
I just want to say, that's amazing to see Danny as well. So anyway, about 1 more minute, Carl.
Great. I'll go to the crux of it, which is I'd encourage everyone, be it a leader or anyone in any organization, to really do 3 things. The first one is stop. And the statistics are overwhelming that our attention span has gone from 12 seconds to 8 seconds in the last 15 years as humans through technology. So a goldfish has an attention span of 9 seconds. I think it's really important that we stop to start with. Sonder is the second point, that we recognize each other as lead actors in their movie, not just extras in ours. And we become very curious and interested in one another, because I think the future of mankind depends on that.
Thank you so much. And what a real moment there at the end with your wife entering the room as well. So so much to go into there. I think we want to be moving on. We've got a 24-hour schedule, but one of my favorite facts is our peak curiosity as human beings is at 5 years old, and it diminishes from there onwards. Hence where you have sons, daughters, nieces, nephews always asking why. That's their peak curiosity, and then we just go off a cliff. And there's a great book out there called Rebel Talent by Francesca Gino from Harvard Business School, talking around why it pays to break the rules in work and life, and that's just all curiosity. It's always been done this way is a really bad saying, isn't it? Why? How can we do it better? So I thought your talk, as always, was absolutely fantastic. Adding to your other examples like Microsoft, Hewlett-Packard at one point had growth through diversity of thinking. So celebrating the differences of people and their backgrounds, and therefore the different ideas they'd bring to the table. So I just want to add that one to the mix too. But Carl, absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for your time. And I'm really looking forward to promoting this on demand if people aren't watching this on demand, because I think that you get a hell of a lot of learning from it. So thank you so much, sir.
No, thanks, Matt. I really appreciate being part of it. I love what you do. Good on you.
Likewise. Take care. See you soon.
Cheers.
Thank you so much, Carl. Well, what a way to kick off. I think it's a lovely tradition that Carl basically always starts off the Inspirathon, now PeopleFirst Summit. And we go from strength to strength in some respects. We have an Inspiring Workplace winner coming up very, very soon. So I'm just going to do what I need to do, and we'll be back in about 30 seconds with our next speaker. So see you soon. So welcome back, and we're up to our next speaker for the PeopleFirst Summit down in Australia and New Zealand. It feels so strange playing a promotional video about Inspiring Workplace Group. It's very foreign to this Englishman doing that. But on to our next speaker, Nicola Taylor. I've never met Nicola. I've been waiting to speak with her. I can't wait. So it's worth being up at 1 a.m. in this part of the world. Nicola is co-founder of an Australia and New Zealand Inspiring Workplace winner, Tax Traders. Nicola is a people-centered, purpose-driven leader from New Zealand. As mentioned, she's the co-founder of the successful Kiwi fintech company Tax Traders and a new venture, Taxi, which provides tax-powered working capital to businesses, and a world first. A commercial lawyer by training, Nicola is a multi-award-winning leader who was recently recognised as well at the New Zealand Leadership Awards. And I just saw that on LinkedIn, actually. Looked like a really good affair. And it has received international recognition for the workplace and culture she has been instrumental in creating in her businesses. Nicola's session is entitled Onboarding with Heart, Creating the Right Culture Even Before Day One. So without further ado, I think we should hear from Nicola. I'm going to bring her into the stream. Hello, how are you? Nice to meet you.
It's so lovely to meet you too, Matt. How are you?
I'm very well, thanks. Like I say, buzzing to meet you. Congratulations on being an inspiring workplace, a best place to work, a leadership award. I mean, and you've just started a new world first business. What a year it's been so far for you.
I know. I feel like it's one of those years where you're an overnight success after 10 years of hard grind that no one ever saw. I feel like we're having that year.
Well, let's celebrate that. I mean, was that Bezos that said that? No, nobody sees the 10 years of hard work beforehand. So, well, congratulations. I'm going to try and bring in your slides because we were having a little bit of fun backstage. Can we see them, and are you able to move them along before I leave you? Can we just double check to see if you're able to move the slide? There we go. Perfect. Okay. So without further ado, I'm going to exit stage left and leave you to it, and I'll come back for a chat when you're finished.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Matt. Great. Hi, everyone. It's such a thrill to be with you today. I'm super excited about the half an hour that we are going to spend together. I just want to say, I'm in this business because I believe that business can be a force for good. And I believe that business is well equipped to solve many of the complex problems we're facing as a society. In particular, I really believe that if we could make all workplaces amazing, all workplaces with people at their center, so quite different from what we just heard Carl describe, that actually we would go a long way to improving outcomes for individuals, their families, society, countries, everything. So look, that's why I care so much about things like onboarding. That's why I'm such a big fan of what Inspiring Workplaces is celebrating. So let's get into this. We're talking about onboarding with heart. Now, my first onboarding journey, or my first onboarding experience, I'd left the commercial law firm. I was actually working in a think tank, and this was set out on a beautiful peninsula in this classic 1970s house. Wasn't a big team. I turned up on my first day. I was so excited to be there. I got out of the car. I was early, of course. I stood at the door. I thought, wow, this is like the next chapter of my life. I knocked on the door. It was pretty quiet. I knocked on the door again. It was still quiet. And it dawned on me that actually no one was here on my first day at my new job. So I went back and I sat in my car. Somebody eventually arrived and let me in. And it occurred to me when I walked in, no one knew I was even coming. I'm not even sure there was a laptop for me. And look, I stayed because I was so passionate there, but the onboarding experience like that is not going to build psychological safety that Carl was talking about. It's not going to create a really strong first impression. It's not going to help people stay with you. So so that was my first experience of potentially an onboarding journey that wasn't ideal. But why invest so heavily in onboarding? I'm not just talking about resources and budget, by the way. I'm talking about your time and your focus. But why would we invest so heavily in onboarding? If you want to build a high performance team, if you want to have an inspiring workplace, the number one element you need is trust, because your people are asking you 3 questions. Do you care about me? Do you value me? And are you here to support my growth? And you've got an opportunity before they even hit the office to be answering these questions in the affirmative. Successful onboarding is what takes us to joyful work faster. So you can Google the research on this. There's a lot out there, but a successful onboarding journey will create a sense of belonging that, what Carl was talking about. I belong here. It'll connect people to your story, your values, and your purpose. Now, this becomes the decision-making lens that people will use as they decide what to do. So super important we get that at the outset. If you are onboarding people globally, it'll provide consistency to the onboarding experience. It'll strengthen, not weaken, your culture. People often worry that with a new cohort, their culture will be diluted, but an effective onboarding will see that actually strengthened. Speed to productivity, that's important. It isn't the main reason we do this, but it is in fact the outcome, that if you onboard people well, they will be productive faster. It enhances the expectation and positive sentiment for your people. They say to their friends, I'm having the most amazing experience, and their expectations for how they're going to work and what it's going to be like working in your company are really high, which is a good thing. And lastly, it is well researched that effective onboarding will ensure employee retention. So we'll just very quickly look at this. So 28 to 30% of employees will quit their job within the first 3 months, often due to poor onboarding. If someone's going to leave your organization, the chances are they're going to do it in the first 3 months. 69% of employees who participated in a well-designed onboarding program were more likely to stay in their jobs for up to 3 years. And there's a lot of great work written up in the Harvard Business Review showing that when you implement formal onboarding, you will see greater employee retention amongst your new recruits and greater productivity. So there's a lot of research on this. You can have a look. But, you know, we are not all going to be like Andy Sachs, who somehow, without Miranda Priestley and her magazine, participating in any onboarding, somehow was able to understand exactly what Miranda needed and you know, execute flawlessly. This is a movie, people. This is not going to happen in real life. We need to do a lot better job if we want that kind of performance. So I think one of the questions is, why wait until day one? Why not start once your new person has accepted their role? And that's what we do. We've designed our own onboarding program, which starts 28 days before a person hits the office and then continues after that. And it's worth saying we did this because we couldn't see anything out there that would meet our needs. And we're a small team, we're 45 people, but I've talked to the people who run onboarding at Dentsu with 70,000, Patagonia with 2,500, and actually the principles are the same. So this is for everyone. So why wait until day one? So our program is called Yes to Desk, and it's worth saying our logo used to be an X at Tax Traders, and then Twitter stole that. And, you know, we don't feel great about that. So effectively, we stole the name of their onboarding program, and we use Yes to Desk. That's our onboarding program that starts 28 days before. I feel like it's a fair deal. They stole our logo. And I just want to talk to you about this. So there are 4 key milestones between when a person accepts a job and when they hit the office, okay? 4 key milestones. Those milestones are communicated by email at each of those moments. So you have 28 days before you start, 14 days before you start, 7 days before you start, and 1 day before you start. These moments go such a long way to build connection. We also use them to gather their key information. We also use these to provide key information, particularly information that people might feel too shy to ask, like when am I going to be paid next? Or when's my first paycheck? And they go such a long way to reducing anxiety so your people have an amazing first day, an amazing start at work. So the first interaction is 28 days before you land with us, and you're in your email. You are invited to click on a link which takes you to this little onboarding microsite. So you can see that it's personalized. This was for Becky. Welcome, Becky. You know, we're so glad you're here. We're so excited. We've made this microsite for you. Have a look around. And on this microsite is this personalized welcome video that we record. Now, you might think that's going to take a long time, but seriously, it doesn't. If I've got a cohort of 5 starting, I just sit down in a boardroom, I record all 5 welcome videos. It takes me about 10 to 15 minutes. It's not a big time cost. But in that video, when Becky opens up this microsite, she's going to hear me say, "Hey, Becky, we're so excited that you're joining us on the 2nd of November. And that kind of personalized treatment and that surprise and delight goes such a long way. On this website, she is going to find lots of key information. Who's her onboarding guide? Who will she be working with? What do people wear in the office? You know, things like that if she wants to engage with that. And we're also going to be pulling out tax, her tax information, and things like that, so that we can get all that out of the way. And this is a nice little quote from Amelia, who says, "When I opened my first onboarding email and clicked on the welcome video, I was happily surprised to see Nicola and Becky personally greeting me. Their thoughtful gesture of sitting down to film the video made me feel instantly connected to the team and filled me with excitement, counting down the days to my start date." So this is it's a little bit ugly, maybe. We have enhanced this since the screenshot, but this is what we have on our Yes to Desk microsite. So this is 28 days ahead of time, and I just want you to have a little look at the language. We want to have every detail perfect for your first day. We want you to feel prepared and confident. And then it talks about the 4 key milestones. So what will happen at D28? What will happen at D14, what will happen at D7, and what will happen at D1. So D28, you've got your microsite, and there's forms to gather information, all online. D14, we actually introduce our new people to a Slack channel where they'll be with the other new people that are joining them. So if they want to, they can start to interact. Also on that Slack channel will be their onboarding guides, so they can start to, in a very non-invasive way that would suit introverts just perfectly. They can start to kind of engage with people there if they want. In D7, they actually get access to their onboarding Trello board, which is their home base when they start with us. It's got all their onboarding tasks in there, and lots of different bits of information. So if they want to have a look at that 7 days out, just to get a mental picture of what will that look like, they can do that. And then D1 final checks is just a call from someone in our people and culture team, basically just calling them, reminding them they're a superstar. If there's any last minute, what shoes do I wear? Where's the car park again? We've got that covered, and it just ensures a beautiful, smooth start. So this is Tom, who was recently onboarded. He says that the onboarding experience reaffirmed that joining Tax Traders was a great decision. A personalised welcome video was such a pleasant surprise and gave me an immediate sense of joy. We love joy at work. There was a clear desire to get to know me and the things that I hold dear throughout the onboarding experience, which made me feel seen and valued from the outset. This is creating the kind of culture which is the opposite of what you just heard from Carl. This is the opposite of a toxic workplace. So what information do we gather throughout this process? So again, all their tax and payment details, and we actually do ask, do you need to be paid on an out-of-cycle pay cycle? Like, that was some feedback we got the first time we ran this 3 or 4 years ago. Any health information they want to share? We understand the important people in their life. So what are their names of the children? How old are they? Little details like, what's your favorite drink? If we can stock the fridge in their area with that favorite drink, why wouldn't we? Sizes for their swag, so their t-shirts and their hats and things like that. Also their kids' sizes and t-shirts, so that we've got everything on their first day. Their technical requirements, what kind of, if we're providing a phone, if we're providing a laptop, if there's anything specialized that they need, what their home setup is like, whether we need to supplement that. And we also ask, is there anything you're nervous about? Maybe they'll share, maybe they won't. It's so good to know, this person might be nervous about public speaking. No public speaking on your first day. You're okay. So why wait? This kind of 28-day beforehand pre-boarding creates so much surprise and delight. And it sets the expectation. We're not a normal workplace. We're a cool workplace. It just sets really high expectations. It also says you made a great decision. They're leaving a job and coming to you. It can be a pretty stressful time, but this sends all these messages. You made a great decision. It reduces anxiety because people know what to expect. We get all that information ahead of their first day, and we are set for an amazing first day. So on that first day, here we go. This is from Lee, who said, Tax Traders was genuinely interested in getting to know Lee Stace, the human being. From the small things like my favorite coffee order and hobbies to the more significant things like the names of people in my life who are important to me. The personalized welcome video made me feel valued from the get-go and showed me I was much more than just another cog in the machine. Positive, belonging cues, culture, we're building it. So what does day one look like? It's a very exciting day when we have a new cohort start. We always start people in cohorts. It just works so much better when people have got buddies. We always start people on a Wednesday, and we always start people at 10 o'clock. Why a Wednesday? Because your first week at a new job is absolutely exhausting. And it's so nice just to be able to do that for kind of 3 days and then have your weekend if you're working a normal kind of 5-day week. We also start people at 10 o'clock so that nobody ever has to experience what I experienced at the think tank, which was nobody was there yet. There's always people there, and it just gives a lovely full sense that people aren't it's not dribs and drabs, but when you arrive, the office is full and it's kind of buzzing, which is really nice. We obviously have your key people waiting for you and your onboarding guide, who will be your guide for the first kind of 6 months of your time with us. We match them up really carefully. They're obviously waiting for you. We used to have kind of everybody in the team waiting. That was way too much. It was like, wow, surprise, there's like 30 people looking at you. That didn't work. Anyway, we just have a few key people waiting, although everybody is in the office on a new start day. When they get to their desk, everything is there. Everything is personalized. Everything is thoughtful. There's a handwritten note there with key messages saying, we are so delighted that you are here. And everything is personalized with their names. So this is Libby's box, and there will be t-shirts in her size. If she has children, there'll be t-shirts in her children's size and her partner's size. There's like little snacks to eat. There's like branded coffee cups. And there's also a World Vision Smiles voucher in there. And we try and celebrate every new starter with ensuring that someone in the developing world is also really benefiting. So that's a nice little ad that we do. Again, I'm communicating what is important to us here. What is important to us here? Everything is ready and set up. And this is obviously a pretty extraordinary one. This was one of our clever designers for our new company, Taxi. So there was a lot of gadgets and fun things. You can even see a little Lego taxi in the bottom corner there. It's pretty cute. But all that's to say is when people actually open up their laptop for the first time, everything is set. All their passwords are kind of, they're all set and ready to go. And their calendar is populated already with every onboarding session, every meeting that we'd like them to be at. Their calendar is already populated, which I think is really, really important. There's a very clear plan for the day. And that's set out on their desk. And then we move to our formal welcome. And this is a chance for us to, formally welcome them in. I usually tell our story, our startup story, which is a story that basically came from nothing, 2 people on a kitchen table, to being a successful business. It's so important that everyone who starts understands their origin story and where we came from, because we never, ever want to be complacent and we never want to forget that story. And then there are some key messages that have been really thoughtfully put together. And the first one I actually start with is not necessarily a message just for the new person, but it's actually for everyone. The first key message is, hey, everyone here will support your growth. Everyone here wants you to do well. You will not encounter toxic behavior. You will not encounter politics. Everyone here wants to see you do well. Yes, it's a message for the new person, but I'm just kind of reminding everyone, this is what it's like to work here. We support every person here. And then after the story and those couple of those key messages, or the other key messages are, hey, we needed you. A lot of people applied for this job, but we chose you because of what you bring. We're not here to do ordinary work. And I always thank them for trusting us with their career, with their salary, with their well-being. Then we kind of move on to another part of the welcome where basically we introduce what we know about this person to everyone. What are their hobbies? What are their gap strengths? What area are they working in? What's their background? And what we're doing is we're providing an opportunity to spark connection between the new people and everyone else. So someone might come over and go, oh, you like running, join the run club, or oh, you used to work here, did you know this person? So we're providing an opportunity to get the team connected. And I tell you, it's really amazing when you can stand up and say, hey, this is Crystal. Crystal's married to Fadi and she's mum to Elijah. And when Crystal goes, oh my gosh, they know my children, like they really care about me and they want me to bring my full self. Super powerful, doesn't cost you anything. So that's the best first day ever. Start in cohorts, personalize everything, have your people there, have your gifts and your equipment ready, do your team welcome, your formal welcome and story, your key messages and values. This is a nice little quote from Logan. When I arrived on my first day and saw my name on the screen, it made me feel welcome and appreciated. It doesn't cost anything to put a little welcome screen up. Then the entire organization stopped to welcome me into the role and to hear about me as an individual, which was even more special. As I was returning to the workforce after a long time off, it helped me ease back into an environment, get to know my team, and have a great transition back to work. So after you're welcome, you move to a tech setup, then you're out for lunch, and then we have this pretty cool scavenger hunt where, again, the cohort has these kind of challenges to do, some in the office, some outside of the office, but they're all reflecting our DNA. They take photos, and then they end up writing a little reflection letter where they write down, what do I want the next 12 months to look like? What am I hopeful for? What am I nervous about? And then it's lovely a year later when we give them that letter back and they can actually reflect on how their 12 months has been. So that's a little bit about what we do the 28 days before. That's a little bit about the first day. And then I think it's really important that new people have a home base. So the worst thing when you're new, right, is sitting there going, well, I don't really know what I'm supposed to be doing, but I'm pretty sure I should look busy. And that's just not a kind of great way to feel. So we have a Trello board, which looks a little bit like this. And that's the yellow is the syllabus sessions. And then there's tasks that we'd like people to do kind of straight away. So updating their LinkedIn profile or something like that. And then there's other tasks they can do when and as it suits them. So get to know the coffee machine, make a paper dart, see how far you can fly it. And on each one of these kind of Trello tickets, and they're not all fun. Some of them are like, hey, we'd like you to read this product roadmap. There's more information. So this was like, if you have free time and you want to read something, here's a couple of great articles that have been really important to us as we build our culture. So you're never short of something to do while your work kind of kicks into gear. We have a syllabus program which starts with story, it starts with DNA, it starts with all our cultural practices and ways of working. They are simply the most important thing to help a new person understand. It does go on to obviously very technical areas and tax. And we really insist on learning. We give homework. We encourage people to say, I don't understand. And we model that really well. And we have ongoing learning and development basically for the rest of their lives. And their onboarding guide, which isn't this dog. This dog is Kobe, who is our puppy, and she comes into the office every day. She's not the onboarding guide, but people do have an onboarding guide who stays with them just to help with some of those questions or things they might feel a little shy about. So that's a little bit about what we do. We've seen extraordinary results from having a thoughtful, purposeful onboarding program that starts 28 days before and really creates a good sense of belonging and understanding. We have done this under COVID. We've done this with remote workers who don't work in the same city as us. And we also do a version of this for other kinds of onboarding. For example, if you're returning to work after maternity leave. And again, it's not so much about, do you gather in person or do you gather remotely? It's actually much more about, does that person feel seen? Are the messages flooding them of belonging and connection? So I'd encourage you more to think about those kind of underlying things that are so, so important rather than the form, if you like. This forms part of our overall employee experience. We try to reflect who we are all the way from recruitment, then yes to desk, onboarding, and there's more. So again, your onboarding needs to be just one part of an overall employee experience where the same values are communicated, where the same DNA is on display. And this is our last slide. So the onboarding process, this is Brody, he's absolutely gorgeous. He actually came to us from Scotland. The onboarding process, he said, was unlike anything I've experienced before, meticulously planned and executed with great attention to detail, ensuring a smooth and welcoming transition into the company. Such practices exemplify why this organisation is not just a workplace, but a community where everyone is valued and supported. And what an amazing message to be able to communicate to someone before they even hit their office. So we have seen wonderful, wonderful results from this. We have a 4% turnover, so people really don't leave. They come and they stay. They bring so much positivity and energy to the role. We find the whole organisation lifts when we have a new cohort start. They strengthen our culture. They don't dilute it. They do the most remarkable work, and they experience joy and satisfaction in the workplace. And our onboarding has been a key part of that. That's all from me.
Thank you so much. I think everybody watching can see why you're an inspiring workplace. What a way to welcome people and bring them on board with you, alongside your mission and purpose, and to make them feel, part of it, like human beings, people first.
That's right.
And I always think that a negative experience can drive a positive one, and your nobody's here has led to an incredibly positive outcome for all the people that you employ. I think my worst one was I was just sat down with a lever arch file, and then somebody will come and get you for lunch.
I know.
You know?
And these things, they don't have to cost a lot of money.
No.
Sometimes the most effective things don't cost us anything. It's just knowing the person, knowing their family, and these things can be so powerful.
And we know how what good experience feels like to feel like you are welcome as a human.
That's right. Yeah. I think also, I didn't talk about this, but there's also a dynamic where it almost keeps you as a company accountable. I often hear myself say, hey, we say this when we welcome people. Are we living up to that? Which is good. It's like a good sense of accountability, that you have an amazing onboarding experience, and then you actually need to make it even better for them going forward.
Well, and just like looking at all the different great endorsements from your team, but I think it was Logan and customer success. There's always that argument: do you focus on customers or employees first? And it's just absolutely employees, people first, and that if they love what they do, they're going to love your customers. And Logan in customer success comes on board. He's going to give a great customer experience straight away.
No, absolutely right. And they you can only serve a customer well and see a customer well if you yourself knows what it's like to be served and to be seen well. And so it's no surprise that our employee net promoter score, which is 89%,
wow,
and then our client net promoter score is 84%, which is absolutely world class in the fintech industry. Those two things are related, Matt, as we know, and we will always focus on our people first. That is the wellspring from which everything else kind of flows.
Well, been banging that drum for more than a decade now, and it's nice to it's great to be able to put you up and let you share the story and show that it works. Just a couple of other fun observations. That's the second time Devil Wears Prada has come up in conversation this week. I recorded a podcast where it's somebody's favorite film, and unashamedly, I love Devil Wears Prada too.
Yeah. We love him. Not the onboarding though, Matt. We don't like the onboarding.
No, the onboarding is very, very bad. The whole culture there, terrible.
Terrible.
And Kobe, your puppy, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
Love
She's
Kobe.
very cute. Yeah. Sometimes she needs to learn just to be a little bit more welcoming, because when a new person arrives, if they're a delivery person or something, sometimes she can get a bit yappy, but we're teaching her. She's learning, right?
My dog is upstairs, just being. He can't be upstairs with my wife right now because it's late and barking. So he's just in a room on his own, going, "What the hell's going on?" So, but no, thank you so much. Your enthusiasm is infectious. I'm glad to see you're getting success after success after success with the work you do and how you put your people first. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you for your time. And I'd love to continue the conversation.
Yeah. Hey, and I'm happy to share anything with anyone. Just link with me and I'll put you in touch with Carla, and she can basically send you word for word everything that we do in case that will spark ideas in your own organization. So just find me on LinkedIn or whatever. I mean, I don't know if there's an info pack going out, Matt, but we want to share anything that we've learned. We want to share to make all workplaces amazing.
Absolutely. If you're watching it live, it's going to be on the website. If you're watching it on demand, you've already found it. But yeah, please do reach out to Nicola moving forward, and speak to you soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Matt. Bye, everyone.
Take care. Bye-bye. Who needs coffee in the middle of the night when you have people like Carl and Nicola to present such amazing viewpoints, case studies, and how it should be done. So well done to Nicola and the team at Tax Traders and Taxi, and the whole team there for building a culture that they have. We'll be back shortly with our next speaker. We'll be back in about 30 seconds to 1 minute. So see you soon. So, moving right along during the Australasian leg of the PeopleFirst Summit, we have our next speaker coming up. For those watching on demand, because I'm now starting to get paranoid that I might be looking a little bit tired, I'm hosting from England, which is probably about 2 in the morning, about 10, 11 a.m. in Sydney. So it's more hospitable in that part of the world right now. So if you are watching on demand, that's why I might be looking a little bit jaded. Nothing jaded about the next session, though. On to our next speaker, Roy Fletcher of Mindset Management, whose mission is to help organizations solve complex people and OD challenges for sustainable and positive results. The title of Roy's session is A Methodology for Empowering Leaders to Drive Engagement and Changing Leadership Behavior. Unpacking a methodology that finally addresses why employee engagement has remained stagnant over the past decade. With a 24-hour event, there are a lot of moving parts. So some sessions are live, like Carl and Nicola, but Roy's talk was pre-recorded. So here it is, and we hope you enjoy.
Hi, I'm Roy Fletcher. I look after client and partner relations at Mindset. Just quickly, Mindset is an HR tech software as a service business, and we specialize in employee survey and engagement solutions that help organizations drive people engagement on a sustainable basis. We do this at enterprise, team, and individual level by empowering leaders. Today, I'm going to be talking to you about a methodology for empowering leaders to drive engagement, specifically around changing leadership behavior. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you enjoy. It's going to be a short talk, about 10 minutes or so, and I'll see you at the end. We all know that high levels of employee engagement is a key to talent retention, attraction, productivity, customer loyalty, and organizational performance. All of that good stuff. It's well-established knowledge. But despite the significant investment that organizations are making in employee engagement, it remains largely stagnant. Just look at all of the state of the workplace reports going back as long as you like. I think they started in 2009. Now the question is why? Why has the dial not significantly or meaningfully moved? Gallup went and did some worldwide research around that question. And what they found was that 70% of the variance of employee engagement scores was due to leadership behavior. This means that direct managers and leaders are crucial drivers of engagement. Even in our own survey data at Mindset, we've seen that there's a 78% statistical correlation between the manager's relationship with their team and their team's engagement levels. So really, the key to unlocking the promised business benefits of employee engagement is to help managers to meaningfully shift their behavior. And you can see in the snippet taken from the State of the Global Workplace report that was issued this year, the significant benefits of highly engaged business units and teams are evident. We need to move away from traditional engagement methodologies to ones that focus more on changing leadership behavior. Why? Traditional engagement approaches have limitations. They're usually annual, they're centrally driven by HR and mandated from the top, and oftentimes they're not sufficiently tech-enabled, so it's a cumbersome project and takes a long time to get the feedback, make sense of the data, package it, and then produce actionable feedback for the organization. The consequence of this is that there's limited actionability because the data tends not to be granular enough. What I mean by this is one team's challenge may be vastly different to another. So having data just at a business unit level might not be sufficiently detailed enough to be appropriate for one team within that division. So what happens is you get top-down action plans producing generalized interventions aimed at the majority, the top of the bell curve. This is usually because of capacity and resource limitations. It's understandable, but you must wait a year to see, or sometimes even two, to see if your action plans and interventions had the desired effect. And the consequence of that is you're a year down the line and you might have gone in completely the wrong direction, and your business obviously would have suffered. But more importantly, these methodologies have not focused on changing leadership behavior. Now, linking back to the research findings from Gallup, it would make sense to pursue methodologies that focus on that. So what stands out about these top performing organizations? Looking at the business benefits that were shown in that report, what are these businesses doing differently to everyone else? And what they've done is they've taken a more integrated approach to employee engagement. They've included it into their business strategies, which frees up resources and budget allocation, and all those good things when it's a strategically important activity and action within the business. So these businesses look at engagement from two perspectives. One, as an outcome, so how have we been doing? So how engaged or disengaged are we? Where in the business are we? And then as a practice, so how have we been applying what we've learned? What are we doing? How are we actioning the feedback that we've been given? In our own work at Mindset, we enable the two perspectives of employee engagement, and we decentralize the process and approach it holistically. What I mean by this is we approach it from multiple angles. From a top down, where the focus is on creating an engagement friendly work environment. From the bottom up is focused on employee experience and commitment, and then pulling it all together by empowering leaders with the leadership skills and insights required to drive engagement. Shifting towards an engagement-friendly workplace starts by recognizing the unique factors that inhibit or drive engagement. And you do this by using a diagnostic instrument, one that allows you to analyze and pinpoint specific engagement issues right down to the team level. And hopefully it gives you data at organization, leadership, and team level. The purpose of this process, or this step in the process, is to develop the overall strategies for the business in response to the feedback that you've received from the organization. One of the things you do in this part of the approach is look at hygiene factors within the organization. Anything that would be an obstacle or a reason for an employee's dissatisfaction. Things like salaries, benefits, policies, and so on. Anything that would be a barrier to engagement. Looking at these elements are keys to creating an engagement-friendly work environment. Essentially, it's making sure that the work environment is conducive to further intervention. Next, we approach it from the bottom up. At this level, engagement focuses on the individual employee experience, emphasizing meaningful work, recognition, belonging, and opportunities for feedback. Engagement at this level is a shared responsibility, with individuals needing to actively choose engagement to improve their engagement levels. You can empower employees with agency by giving them direct, personalized, and anonymous feedback so that they can take ownership of their own engagement levels. This is even a tool for employees to use as a guide when talking to their direct managers, giving them the language to make employee engagement a talking point in the organization. The catalyst of this methodology are the leaders. You can think of it as the leverage that, if applied properly, pulls the entire methodology together, making each activity come to life as an organizational way of being. At a high level, these are the steps that leaders can take to meaningfully shape their behavior in order to drive engagement. So to get engagement, to get leadership throughout the business, to effectively drive engagement within their business units and with their teams, they have to be empowered with the necessary leadership skills and data-driven insights. First, they need to know what to do. Leaders are busy. They need focused and specific things to tackle for the most efficacy. No one likes to play a guessing game in the thick of work stress or project delivery. So give leaders team-level insights to inform their actions. These contextual insights and recommendations enable leaders to tailor their approach to team-specific needs, because to drive engagement, leaders must know what drives and inhibits engagement amongst their teams. And as I mentioned earlier, each team is different. Survey and pulse data in this context will help, but the data on its own won't tell the leader what to do or what to fix. So empowering leaders with contextual insights and data-driven recommendations, it will tell them exactly what to focus on and what to address. Trust me, they'll thank you. Next, we look at how to do it. Leaders don't change their behavior if they aren't made aware of what to change. You won't know what to fix if you don't know what to fix. So a 360-degree feedback process for leadership development is a useful tool. Giving leaders comprehensive feedback for improving leadership effectiveness and changing leadership behavior is a cornerstone of their development. Telling leaders what to do with insights is only the beginning. To be effective, we have to equip leaders with the leadership competencies necessary to take action to drive engagement. And finally, doing it. Telling leaders what to do with insights, teaching them how to do it with leadership techniques and 360s is all fair and well. But where the rubber hits the tarmac is where leaders change their behavior. And they must be empowered and guided to implement this in practice. Building good leadership practice and habits requires application. We use a guided mastery approach with interactive journeys to enable leaders to implement the insights that they've received from the organization and their teams. And we provide or facilitate the opportunities for them to practice those leadership techniques in a real-world setting. With this holistic and sustainable engagement approach, organizations can create the environment where leaders get to practice and entrench healthy leadership skills and habits, which are based on data-driven insights and recommendations. This provides leaders with everything they need to meaningfully shape and develop their leadership behavior in order to drive engagement sustainably. Thank you for listening. If you have any thoughts or questions on the topic, please do reach out. I'd love to hear from you. My details are down below. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Roy, from Mindset Management. I would strongly recommend you reach out to Roy and the team at Mindset. They really know what they're talking about, and thank you for taking us through that model. We will be back shortly, moving swiftly on to another case study from another inspiring workplace winner from around the world. So we will be back in the next 30 seconds to 1 minute. And welcome back. On to our next talk. For those that are just joining the stream, I'm Matt Manners, the CEO and founder of the Inspiring Workplaces Group, and it's an honor to be here with you, taking you through the first stages of our 24-hour PeopleFirst Summit. So an opportunity now, like I said just before the break, to hear another case study from a 2024 Inspiring Workplace, PT Rexo. We're going to learn what makes their workplace award-winning and gain actionable insights to elevate your own workplace culture. Our guest, this is again a pre-recorded message, a video. So our guest speaker from PT Rexo is Mrs. Yulianti Hedena, who has over 20 years experience in human resources across various multinational companies in Indonesia. In 2013, she joined PT Rexo Nasional Food, which is McDonald's in Indonesia, and as Human Resources and General Services Director. She consistently makes holistic decisions to foster a comfortable workplace culture, enabling employees to deliver their best performance for the sustainability of the company. In her free time, Mrs. Yuli enjoys cooking, particularly sushi, miso soup, and other Japanese dishes, along with a variety of local cuisines, which reflects her long residence in Japan. Mrs. Yuli holds a master's degree in applied psychology from the University of Indonesia, and this session is entitled "Enable the Best Employee Experience at McDonald's Indonesia." I've seen the story. It's a very good, very powerful one. I hope you enjoy it, and you will see me again shortly. So over to Mrs. Yuli and McDonald's Indonesia.
Hello everyone, and a warm welcome to all participants at the 2024 PeopleFirst Global Summit hosted by Inspiring Workplace. It is truly an honor for us to be part of this remarkable event. At McDonald's Indonesia, we believe that the foundations of delivering feel-good moments to our customer starts from within. Today, we are excited to share with you our journey and best practices in creating a workplace culture that prioritizes employee experience, fostering an environment where every team member can thrive and perform at their best. By putting our people first, we have seen remarkable transformations not only in our workforce, but also in the level of service we provide to our valued customers. We hope that our insight inspire new ideas and strategies for enhancing the employee experience within your organizations. Our presence in Indonesia is extensive, with a network of over 300 restaurants spread across the country. Notably, a significant 83% of these locations feature drive-thru services, catering to growing demand for convenience quick service. We operate in 89 cities and regencies, covering 31 provinces, which demonstrated our commitment to serving a wide range of communities. This broad reach ensures that customers from various regions can enjoy our product and services. Our workforce is an evidence to our dedications to local economy and communities. We proudly employ approximately about 13,000 local people. These team members are not just employees. They are essential to our missions of delivering feel-good moments to every customer. Their commitment and hard work are backbone for our services, ensuring that every visit to our restaurant is positive and memorable experience. We are honored to carry forward the values passed down from our holding company, values that align perfectly with McDonald's global principles. These values guide us in making better business decisions, strengthening our relationships with the colleagues, customer, supplier, and the broader community. The importance of humility, humanity, and humble, together with the all company's values, are tied up by our slogan, Niat Baik Hasil Baik, translated in English, good intention will be rewarded by the best outcome. These values will guide us to remain accountable, caring, and credible individuals, as we call it, McSEC culture. The first step to enable employee experience that will drive customer experience is providing skills and tools for our employees. Finding the right talents takes time and effort. Hence, we created a program, Cultivate Leaders from Inside. We have implemented a comprehensive talent management framework to identify and motivate talents, address their development needs, and enhance performance. Our goal is to retain top talent and ensure the sustainability of our business for the future. Our leadership framework are used to encourage employees to develop soft skills such as curiosity, thinking agility, resilience, and connecting with others. To fast track of the development of high-quality talent, we have two acceleration programs, Crew Excellence and Trainee Manager Excellence. These programs are designed to help employees to achieve position at least 2 levels above their current roles. Our commitment to talent management and development ensure that we continue to grow and succeed together.
Bisakah aku percaya diri untuk bergaul seperti mereka?
Bisakah saya terlepas dari pekerjaan yang monoton ini?
Jadilah versi terbaik dari dirimu. Tidak ada yang bisa menghentikanmu untuk menjadi apa yang kamu mau. Mari bergabung menjadi trainee manager di McDonald's Indonesia.
We are dedicated to equipping our people with the skills they need. Our soft skills workshops are designed to foster a positive and growth-oriented mindset. As a learning organization, we host department knowledge sharing sessions and invite external experts to share their insights. From payroll workshops to guest experience leader webinars, we cover the wide range of topics to ensure comprehensive learning. Our soft skills training includes programs like book reading, emotional intelligence, the ISC personality workshops, growth and positive mindset. We also offer fun and engaging activities like fun English and point of view coaching games. Leadership training is integral to our approach, ensuring that our people are prepared to lead with confidence and empathy. Since January 2020, we have launched our internally developed HR applications to enhance the employee experience, empowering our team with technology to thrive today and tomorrow. We have introduced HiRNF to create an easy-to-access platform that can be accessed from anywhere, any place, and any platform.
These are the things that you'll find in the restaurant. Crew. Crew of the month. Payroll slip.
With this app, employees can easily change their personal data, apply for annual leave, and digital learning anywhere with just a few clicks. It also features digital solutions like e-ID cards, internal whistleblowing system, and e-Make Money to streamlining their essential tasks. Employees can conveniently access their National Social Security Program ID and use the geotagging system for work attendance, making daily routines even smoother. We also ensure employees stay updated with the latest company news through our attractively designed new sections, keeping everyone informed and connected. Our HR management system is more than just an app. It is a tool to elevate the employee experience. The second step of creating the best employee experience is to motivate, inspire, and empower them. We are here to create a culture where we show that we care about them. We will recognize the work that each individual put into the company. We believe in fostering a vibrant and inclusive workplace through a variety of engagement activities. We celebrate National and International Women's Day, Independence Day, and host photo and video contests to bring our team together. Our Fun Fit Challenge encourages healthy lifestyles and team spirit among our employees. Every year, we visit our restaurant to hold internal meetings called as Chit Chat program, ensuring that the boardroom directives are implemented actively in the crew room. Our leadership team also dedicates their time for chit-chat sessions, building mutual trust and allowing employees to hear firsthand about the company's directions and expectations. We organize Leadership by Example Day, where we connect and motivate our people through open communications and meaningful engagements. The culture of care and recognitions programs provide support, appreciation, and motivation to our employees. By embracing McSCC, our team succeeds in maintaining a comfortable atmosphere and creating feel-good moments for our customers. Through increased hospitality, we ensure every visit to our restaurants is memorable and enjoyable experience. Brand Ambassador of McSCC is more than just a program. It's our commitment to fostering a positive, supportive, and credible work environment. We believe in recognizing and appreciating our dedicated crew every day. We have token system called as Make Money, a program that runs continuously throughout the year to show our gratitude. Employees can collect Make Money points for their hard work and contributions. These points can be exchanged for exclusive merchandising during redemption periods, adding an extra layer of excitement and reward. Make Money is more than just a points. It's our way of saying thank you to our incredible team. Every 1st of June, Indonesia is celebrating our ideology, Pancasila. In Indonesia national logo, Bhinneka Tunggal Ika was written proudly. This phrase means unity in diversity, which embodies company culture that we will find beauty in the differences. At McDonald's Indonesia, we celebrate Pancasila Day as Diversity Month, celebrating the beauty of diversity of more than 13,000 employees. Find the best ways to keep the work environment conducive. We value the inherent differences in individuals and respects their personal space. See something, say something, and do something. We are committed to create a safe, respectful, and inclusive work environment. At McDonald's, we believe an individual should never be judged by their different backgrounds or beliefs. We believe that differences are what make humans so beautiful. Music is composed of a series of different frequencies that create a harmony for those who enjoy it. If there is only one single frequency, it will eventually become boring or even quite unpleasant to hear. Same with various individuals who are around us. We may have been born differently, but we can appreciate each other's differences. Hence, in McDonald's, we are all learn from each other's differences, open up the opportunities for ourselves to become the best versions of ourselves. In McDonald's Indonesia, we have taken the idea of DEI very seriously. With a commitment to diversity, 70% of our stores employed a special crew, an individual with hearing disabilities. These awesome individuals are living examples of our seriousness. Ensuring inclusivity is not just a dream, but is a reality. Because here, everyone has a place. They are the special crew who may have their challenges, but they have proven that these challenges means nothing to them as they are trying their best to become the best versions of themselves every day, and we are more than happy to help them in their journey. In the quest for quality talent, strong employee branding is the key to successful sourcing. As leading fast food restaurant chains, we would love to give back to the community as we will be nothing without our customers. Education is one of the most important aspects to shape our next generations. Hence, we have invested in many programs that revolve around education. Through Youth Opportunities Program, we aim to equip young talent with hands-on experience, helping them become the next generations to set a better future for Indonesia. Our strong employer branding promotes valuable referrals and ensures cultural alignment, making each hire an ideal fit for our organizations. Now we are moving to the last part of these presentations, which is about how to measure our success. Transforming our people has been a decade-long journey. In the beginning, engagement was low and resistance to change was high. But step by step, we made significant changes. We revisited our CNB, building trust to ensure everyone understood the company's regulations. Our focus shifted to people development. We reintroduced our culture, celebrating success and facing challenges together as a united team. The COVID-19 period taught us that we can overcome difficult times together. It's strengthening our belief in our resilience. Our journey of transformations is ongoing, driven by trust, development, and a united spirit. These awards we receive from international and industry organizations. Our achievements reflect our dedications to excellence in human resources management, underscoring the effectiveness of our best practices. These awards not only validate our efforts, but also inspire us to continually improve and innovate in how we manage and support our team. Last year, we received the awards of HR Asia The Best Companies to Work For 2023 and HR Asia Diversity, Equity and Inclusion Award 2023. And for 2024, we're proud to have 3 awards from Inspiring Workplace in the category of Culture and Purpose in Asia, Top 10 winner in Australasia, and Culture and Purpose in Australasia as well. These recognitions affirm that we are on the right path and we are excited to continue this journey of excellence. This is our second home, where we experience life lessons, grow as people, find well-being, so we can commit to delivering feel-good moments to our customers. As we come to the close of presentations, I want to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Inspiring Workplaces and all the participants who have shared their insight and experience. This summit has truly highlighted the importance of putting people at the center of everything we do. Thank you all for your time, participations, and we all loving commitment to making a difference.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Yulee, for probably what is one of the most comprehensive stories that we've had over the past 4 years on the Inspirathon, now the People First Summit. And here's the trophy, or trophy similar to this, that McDonald's Indonesia picked up earlier this year, and what you could win if you were to enter the Inspiring Workplaces Awards ahead of February 19, 2025. Thank you again. Really, really powerful story, and a lot of work went into that to share with everybody watching today and on demand. So really very, very grateful. Please keep up the good work. We also were due to have Verizon in India share their story around now, but life sometimes gets in the way and technological issues have occurred. So that story will be on the People First Summit a little later today, or on demand if we can't get it live. So apologies for that. So we have a short break now where we will reappear in the Middle East, Dubai to be exact. So we'll see you in about an hour and a half because of the Verizon hiccup. But then we have 3 fantastic stories in the Middle East and Africa before we carry on around the world. So thank you so much for joining us at this stage. I will be back very shortly. I'll probably go get another double espresso, I think. But no, it's been an absolute pleasure and privilege to be here with you, starting off this 24-hour People First Summit. We'll see you very, very soon. Thank you. Hello and welcome back to the People First Summit. We now find ourselves in the Middle East and the African swing of the event. I'm still just outside of London and must come now with a full disclaimer. I have obviously been going through the night hosting this section before I hand over to some amazing people in Europe in about 2 or 3 hours time. So if you're watching on demand, I've been up all night, but it's we start with a bang, I think, in the Middle East, and it's a very exciting one for us at Inspiring Workplaces, as it's our new headline partner for the Inspiring Workplaces Awards in the region. Brett Smith is the founder and CEO of the Engage Group, the Middle East's leading employee communication agency based in Dubai. I wish I was there with Brett right now, much warmer than in England. For over a decade, Engage has been pioneering internal communications and employee experience in the region, serving an impressive client portfolio that spans both government and private sectors. Guided by the credo that communication moves people and people move organization, something we wholeheartedly believe in too. Brett leads with a focus on impactful engagement with a master's degree from Harvard University and London Business School. Brett is an expert in advocacy, communications, stakeholder engagement, strategy, and transformation. Brett's title of his talk today is Branding for Impact, Sharing the Employee Experience. And that's where I'm going to stop and bring in the man himself. Hello, Brett, how are you?
Good morning, Matt. You've done very well to survive the evening there.
Thank you very much. Really good to see you. How are things?
Yeah, great. Nice and sunny here in Dubai, as you said, and a great temperature. We're heading into winter, so winter here is always a wonderful experience. The temperature cools down. And it's a nice sunny day, early start to the day as well, I'm sure, for most people waking up in Dubai.
Yeah,
I'm really excited to kick the Middle East and Africa leg off.
Well, let's bring up your slides, and I'm going to leave you to it, and I'll see you in about half an hour's time.
Brilliant. Thanks, Matt. Well, morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome to Branding for Impact, Shaping the Employee Experience. I'm coming to you from Dubai, a really nice sunny day here. My name is Brett, and as Matt said, I'm the founder of the Engage Group. We've been operating in the region since 2013, and we're really proud of the work we do in terms of using the power of employee communication to bring the employee experience to life. Just a brief background about what we do. So on the one side, we help organizations set up their internal communication function, very often from scratch, especially here in the Middle East, where there are lots of new exciting companies emerging. So we will help create everything from best-in-class practices, developing capabilities, and then actually implementing campaigns. And then we also work on the employee experience, so the end-to-end employee experience, which is the focus of this morning's talk. Everything from recruitment, onboarding, engagement, and offboarding. And today we're going to focus on the recruitment component, which is how do you really develop a strong employer brand and then embed that across the entire employee lifecycle. You'll notice that some of my slides are in English and Arabic, obviously catering for our market share in the Middle East. So you'll be able to follow along if Arabic is your first language. So the objectives for today is really just covering what is an employer brand, why is it important, show you how to develop your brand with some very practical steps, and then just show you some best practice examples. We've got a great example from the Middle East region to share with you. So we'll just work our way through these objectives. I think the main question to ask when looking at employer brand is, what kind of employer do you want to actually be? And then be very intentional about creating that employee value proposition, or EVP, and then the employer brand that goes with it. And so many people say to us, well, what is the difference between an employer brand and employee experience? And so for us, an employer brand is the promise that you make to future employees. It's the unique experience that, it's the promise you're making. It's why they should come and work for you. And then your employee experience is how you take that employer brand and embed it across each of the touch points in your employee journey or your employee lifecycle. And we'll talk you through some of those steps today. So why is employer branding important? Why should we care about what our employer brand is? And there are a number of reasons. The first one is, in a very competitive marketplace, how do you attract that top talent? We all get lots of CVs when we put our job specs, especially now on LinkedIn. You'll get more applicants than you need. But how do you attract the top talent? How do you attract that talent that really stands out, that you really want to keep? And then how do you retain that top talent? So once you've attracted them, how do you keep that talent? How do you stand out from your competitors in the market space? So, when you're competing for top talent, your top talent have got lots of companies to choose from. How do you stand out from those competitors? Your employer brand can improve your employee engagement, and of course, it can improve the employee experience, which creates a more inspiring workplace. Then, how do you develop your employer brand? What are some of the practical things that you can do to put your employer brand in place? And so at Engage, we use a 4-step process. If you start on the right-hand side, so obviously in Arabic, we go from right to left, but we'll look at research. So who are we and what is it like to work here? We'll look at, how do you actually develop that employer brand? What are the practical steps you can do to create your EVP and your employer brand? How do you implement that employer brand? And then how do you measure that employer brand? So the first one with research, this is a great place to start. I mean, we really like this phase of the project. Asking your employees firstly, what is it like to work here? What stands out? What makes us an employer of choice? Looking at feedback about your organizations, platforms like Glassdoor are fantastic examples, because your employees might want to be or might not be comfortable telling you the truth. But if you go and look at a platform like Glassdoor, we can get real insights into, what were the challenges, what are the things that people love at the organization, but equally, what were some of their pain points, and really understand what those pain points are. The big one is conducting exit interviews. So in your HR process, conduct exit interviews. People when they're leaving will be honest about what were the pain points or what were the things that they loved. Collate that data. It's such a rich database of insights when you're building your employer brand. Analyze your engagement and retention data. So, why are people, how many people are staying? Do people stay? What are our retention rates? They will really tell you some valuable insights about your organization. And then a great one is benchmark your competitors. Go into their LinkedIn profiles. What are they saying? What are their careers pages saying? How are they positioning themselves as an employer of choice in the marketplace? And then gather insights from new hires. So those people who've just joined your organization, ask them why. What attracted them? What made them choose you over another organization? So just some real practical steps that you can use to drive your research piece. Then when it comes to developing your employer brand, we always suggest, identify what are your core values? What makes you unique? Why are your values important? Then determine your key differentiators. What is it about your organization that really stands out from other competitors or other employers out there? So for example, it might be that you really created innovation, or that you have a really caring culture, or that you are a top place for young talent to come through and grow. What are those unique differentiators that help you stand out from the crowd? And those are the things that you really want to build into your EVP messaging. Again, host employee focus groups. Ask them what they value. Why do they love working for your organization? But also, what can you improve about your organization? And then we suggest developing your EVP pillars, which are creating a framework or messaging house that you will use to develop your employee value proposition, the key messages that you want to stand out. And those are your EVP statements. And then test the messaging. Does it resonate? Does it resonate with your current employees and your future employees? And then the third step is a fun, creative step, which is really around the implementation component. How do you embed all of this across each of your touch points in the employee lifecycle? I'm going to talk you through an example of our employee lifecycle, but what does it look like from a recruitment and onboarding perspective? Are your internal communications aligned to your employer brand? Have you curated that onboarding experience? Does it reflect your employer brand? If you're saying you're an innovative, creative organization and your onboarding process is stuck in the 90s, then you've got challenges. You need to make sure that an employer brand really aligns with your onboarding process and embedded across your career development. And then really importantly, how do you empower your managers or your employees as brand ambassadors in the organization? How do you help them live and breathe the employer brand that you've created? And then very importantly, if you're going to do all this investment to develop your employer brand, what are some of the metrics that you're going to put in place that you can measure success? So how do you track your recruitment metrics? How do you assess your candidate quality? Are you looking at survey new hires? Ask them. What did they think about your employer brand? Monitor your employer brand perceptions. Again, some of the steps we said in step 1 around research. I think be very intentional about what you're going to measure. And the best way to do that is to ask your existing employees, how do they feel about the employer brand? And new joiners, how do they feel about your employer brand? And keep it as an iterative process. Always look for improvement opportunities. And then I mentioned the employee life cycle. So, bringing our employer brand to life. And you'll see for us, your employee life cycle starts right at the very beginning at the research phase. So when employees start looking for a new job, what does your career page look like? What does your social media or LinkedIn pages look like? If you're going to careers fairs and recruiting talent, what does your brand look like? What does your stand look like? And then how are you running your recruitment campaigns? All of these are very intentional touch points that you can use to bring your employer brand to life. And I'm going to show you a practical example after these slides. Then when your application and interview process happens, have you got a clear process? Have you developed or created a candidate pack? Have you got a structured interview process? So often you've done all this work to attract the talent, and then your application and interview process can be really, either very strong, which is fantastic, or as many of us listening on this webinar will know, you can have a very poor experience, which really impacts how you think about that organization. Were the people that were interviewing you prepared? Had they read your CV? All of these are simple things, but they really do reflect your employer brand and how you bring it to life. And then when that's employee is looking at your organization and you've sent them the offer and benefits pack, what are you doing to help them make that decision? Is there a site tour, or today's age, a virtual tour that you can offer them? All of these are little things that you can do to bring that brand to life. And then when people join your organization, this for us is such a key focus. What does that onboarding process look like? Does it bring your employer brand to life? Does your collateral stand out? Are you tying that creativity into that onboarding process? And then obviously when the employee works at the organization, you've got your internal comms, you've got employee surveys, health and well-being, your corporate social responsibility initiatives, and then your CSR communities. So those in step 5 are all elements that you can use to bring your employer brand and employee value proposition to life. And then of course achieving, so your employee performance, reward and recognition, career development, and then offboarding. Your offboarding process is just as important. When you say goodbye to employees, what is that experience like? Everybody's going to leave at some point. That's just the nature of life. But what tangible, intentional offboarding experience have you created? You're not just saying thanks for coming and they leave. You actually take them through a structured offboarding process with exit interviews, and hopefully you have an alumni network that you can create. So all of these are touch points that you can use to bring your employer brand to life. And for us, your employer brand is just really a visual representation of your culture. It's expressing your culture across each of these touch points. On the next slide is just these notes in Arabic. So I just wanted to showcase the steps in Arabic. They're the same as the steps that we've just presented, but just I'll leave that on for a few seconds just for you to, if you want to grab a screenshot of the process. And then I'm going to take you through a very practical example. Here in Dubai, we had the opportunity to work with the Dubai Future Foundation. Many of you will recognize the beautiful building in the corner there. It's become an iconic symbol of Dubai. The Dubai Future Foundation is very future focused. They look at how do they take Dubai into the future, but also the rest of humanity in terms of, are we thinking about what the future is going to look like? And the Future Foundation opened the beautiful Museum of the Future, which is the image that you see there. And they came to us and said, look, we really want your help to create an employer brand that attracts top talent. We're looking for futurists, people that are out there in the marketplace from around the world that are really good at thinking about what the future looks like. And we would love your help creating an employer brand and an employer value proposition that brings our culture and our vision to life, specifically for employees. So just jumping to the next slide here. Where we started first was what DFF wanted from employees. So DFF, in terms of, we said, what are you looking for from your employees? Trailblazers, they wanted people that were delivery focused, they wanted team players, they wanted people that were passionate about their work. So we really spent time just sort of really consolidating what are the things that we're looking for from our employees. Because an employer brand is a two-way exchange. It's what you offer, but also what you want from your employees in return. Then we looked at, well, what do employees want? What are the specific things that somebody who's a futurist would want to work for, and why would they want to join the Future Foundation? And the By Future Foundation really does offer an opportunity to shape the future, to drive meaningful change. The projects at DFF are actually implemented. They're not just spoken about. An example of that is the Museum of the Future, which started off as a project and is now a very tangible and amazing museum that you can visit here in Dubai. People at work all want to realize their true potential. And if you're somebody who's really passionate about the future, the By Future Foundation offers you that opportunity to really realize your true potential. And most importantly, you want to feel proud for the organization that you work for. If you're going to be associated with that organization, you want to feel proud. So these were two elements, what DFF wanted from employees, but also what employees wanted from DFF in return, that we spent a lot of time thinking about. Then DFF's branding at the time was a black and white color palette. It was very clean, very future forward. But because this was internal as an employer brand, we were able to bring a lot more fun and visual elements into the brand itself. So you'll see the wave pattern of light there. That was the main inspiration for the color tones we actually used in the employer brand identity. We also came up with a visual symbol. So using the DFF, which is the Museum of the Future icon, we created a visual pattern that could be pulled across each element of the employer brand. And then what was really important is, especially when you're creating your employer brand, is to use employees from your actual organization. There's of course a lot of stock footage out there on platforms like Shutterstock, for example, but none of them really tell your true story or your true brand. And what we did is we worked with DFF to create a wonderful photo shoot where we showcased the employees, actual employees, but not just employees at work. We showcased what are the things that employees are passionate about? What are their hobbies and passions? What do they do outside of the workplace? And so you'll see in some of the images here, these are all DFF employees. We have employees who are passionate about photography or robotics or cooking or making coffee, baristas, or developing new technology and tools. All of these elements we brought into the employer brand to showcase that when you come and work at DFF, it's not just about the job that you do. You bring your whole self to work. We invite you to be yourself, to bring all of your hobbies, your passions, and your experience to the workplace. And then you'll see just how we rolled out some of these creative collateral elements. So using the visual element across each of the touch points, from recruitment campaigns, LinkedIn material, just really bringing the employer brand to life across each of these touch points. An example of the LinkedIn page, the DFF way, which is welcome kit or toolkit, welcome boxes. I think this is a really fun piece. What does that welcome toolkit say? What does it say about your organization? Are you expressing it in a fresh, modern way? We also created internal newsletter platforms. We really thought about every touch point and how we could apply this employer brand across each of those points. Their well-being initiatives, health and well-being, and then also just office space and office collateral. How do we take that brand and apply it to your office environment? So really thinking very intentionally across each of the touch points, from before you join all the way through to offboarding, how do you bring that employee experience to life using your visual brand? And then just to sort of close out, do's and don'ts, starting with the do's, know your target market. You can't be everything to everybody. So who are you focusing on? Who are you attracting? And make sure that your employer brand and your messaging speaks to that audience. Then very importantly, make sure that your employer brand is aligned to your corporate brand. Are the two in sync? Do they feel similar? Do they look similar? Don't create an employer brand completely independently of your corporate brand. They need to be aligned. Then really look at delivering the employee experience. Your employee experience creates an inspiring workplace, right? So you can be very intentional about the culture that you want to create, and you can be very intentional about how you bring that brand across each of the touch points. Then you'll walk the talk, so practice what you preach. Don't just say something and put it into your employer brand, but then you actually don't live that experience. And engage diverse stakeholders when you're putting your employer brand together. Ask lots of different people, from existing employees, new joiners, ask everybody, especially the employees that have complaints. You want all of the inputs when you develop your employer brand. And then the don'ts. No, don't jump in too fast. This is not a quick 1-month exercise. Spend time thinking about your employer brand. We typically work with organizations over a 3-month period to define what that employer brand looks like. I mentioned this before, but don't only talk to happy employees. You really do want to make sure that you're talking to everybody in the organization, and employees that are dissatisfied will have lots of insights for you that you can proactively work on. Don't make false promises. So don't say you're an innovative organization if you're not. You'll find that you'll just attract that talent and they'll quickly leave. Try and be as honest as you can about your culture that you're creating. And if you're an organization that's in transition, so let's say you might be, a little bit traditional, but you want to reshape and become more innovative and more proactive, be honest about that to your new joiners and your employees. Tell them that you're going on a journey and that you want them to come on that journey with you. Don't neglect touch points. So once you've defined your employer brand, be very intentional about each of the touch points in that journey, from recruitment all the way through to offboarding. Think about how you're going to bring that brand to life, and just systematically work through each of those steps to bring that employer brand to life. And don't overlook feedback. So constantly ask for feedback. Your employer brand should last for a long time, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't stop asking for feedback and making little iterations, keeping your campaigns fresh all the way through. And then just, I'm not sure we'll have any questions at this time of the morning, so I'm just going to put up our details. If anybody would like to contact us, please feel free to scan the QR code or email us at hello@engagegroup.me. We are passionate about developing employer brands. We really feel that if you can use creativity and the visual elements, you can bring your employee experience to life across each of those touch points and attract and retain that top talent. So from my side, a very big thank you to everybody for tuning in this morning and listening. If you're watching on demand, thank you for making it this far. And over to you, Matt. Thank you for having us.
I will keep the QR code up, I think, rather than usually bring the slides down. So thanks so much, Brett. I love I haven't heard employer brand as the promise that you're making. I really like what that says, and then obviously linking it to the experience of what you're delivering. Found that really powerful and comprehensive outline of the steps to building that promise and delivering that experience. So I'm sure that's been super helpful for those tuning in and watching on demand about how you go about doing that. So and I really love the I know sometimes when you're in it they seem obvious, but I just love be honest and don't make false promises at the end there, because you're just setting yourself up to fail, aren't you? People would just instantly be disconnected with what you're creating. So
yeah, I think that's a big challenge, is to be honest about what you're creating. And if you're on a journey, tell people you're on a journey.
Yeah,
you're just going to lose those employees if you're not honest about your brand. But the other great thing about employer branding is that it's also very aspirational. It can also be something that shifts the culture of the organization if you do it in a proper way.
Fantastic. Look, I really appreciate it. We're getting to that part of the People First Summit now where we need to stay on time. So you've used your window perfectly. So I'm very grateful that you didn't run over. You've done this before, and I will speak to you soon. Thank you so much, Brett.
Thank you, Matt. Good luck with the rest of the session. I look forward to the others.
Thank you. Take care. Thanks very much to Brett. I'm going to leave that QR code up there. Oh, it's just gone. So I've obviously done that just a bit too quickly. But thanks very much to Brett and his talk there. And thank you. And like I said, they are headline partners for the Inspiring Workplaces in the Middle East and Africa in 2025. So please do go check them out. And if you're in that region, please look up the awards. The deadline is February 19th, 2025. So our next speaker is waiting in the wings. Really excited to get to him. So we will have a quick 30-second break and we will be back very, very soon. So welcome back and onwards and upwards. I always say I draw my energy from other people, whether that's in person or on calls in the modern world, you know, which we got so used to in the pandemic and obviously during the virtual event like this now. So who needs a coffee when you have such an inspiring person about to join us? Our next guest is a regular for the People First Summit, or formerly known as the Inspirathon. And I think I've probably known him getting on for 7 or 8 years now, which is quite frightening how quickly that's gone. But Dr. Jerry Goulet is a director and executive coach at Goulet Executive Coaching Limited and has a passion for people development, transformation, and mainstreaming of persons with disability in the economy. He is a seasoned executive coach with over 30 years of leadership and HR management experience. He earned a Doctor of Education qualification from the Harvard Graduate School of Education in 1991, while still employed at the University of Botswana and Swaziland, now University of Eswatini. So hopefully I've pronounced that correctly. His talk is titled Lifting All of Humanity, Leading with Ubuntu First. And at the heart of capable organizations, high-performing teams, effective communities, and healthy relationships lies the spirit of Ubuntu or humanity. So I'm a big fan of everything he does. So without further ado, I'm going to bring Dr. Jerry to the stage. And hello, welcome. How are you?
Hey, hello very much, Matt. I'm excellent, and I've been looking forward to this.
Good. Well, so have I. I mean, like I say, I need inspiration to get me through the long nights when I take this on. As I've said many times throughout the evening, I'm the one who came up with the idea for the event, so it's not fair for the team to do this shift. So, but that means I get the honor of being able to speak with you. So, without further ado, I'm going to disappear and leave you to do your thing, and I will speak to you at the end.
Great. Thank you, Matt. Ladies and gentlemen, it is such a pleasure and a privilege for me to be speaking to you this morning on a subject that I truly love, the subject of ensuring that our workplaces are places of inspiration, not places of boredom, places of death, if you wish. Places where we inspire each other. Let me ask you a question as I start this. When last did you laugh at the office? I'm talking belly laugh. I'm talking where everybody feels those positive enzymes flowing through their bodies because it's an exciting workplace to be. And we're the ones that can make our workplaces really inspiring. So I'm very glad to be part of this movement with Inspiring Workplaces with Matt, because I think we spend so much time working. Now we work in dispensed environments, but we need to be happy with what we do. We need to make sure that as we fulfill our purpose, we're actually excited about this. We're not miserable. And leaders and all of us create that environment that is vibey, that is inspiring, that unleashes all the creative juices in our minds to make sure that we can indeed be profitable, whether in organizations, in our communities, in our being, that we are profitable. We are supporting one another. That's really what Ubuntu is all about. Ubuntu is not about if I can move to the next slide, it's not about individualism. It's about the fact that we are together, and being together, we can make such a difference. We can create such a vibe. This quote says, if you can laugh together, you can work together. You don't avoid each other because you can laugh together, and you create those moments of laughter intentionally to inspire the next person. Inspiration has to come from another person, in as much as stuff that disheartens you comes from others. So I always ask this question: what kind of a colleague are you at work? What kind of a person are you in the community? Because Ubuntu says, going forward, Ubuntu says, next slide, as Mandela says, we have this saying, in Africa, we have a concept known as Ubuntu, based upon the recognition that we are only people because of other people. I mean, I am inspired by words like this and the thought that we are all connected. Next slide. We are interconnected as people, and we need to be inspiring one another. I am because we are. This is centered on the spirit of community, interconnectedness, and mutual caring. I want to underline caring. I was listening to someone talk yesterday, and they talk about this culture that is developed as a result of social media, the cancel culture, which can have devastating effect, psychological effect, mental, if you will, on our mental health. It's a culture where this spirit that I'm talking about, this feeling that we are one, as I say later on, that I am my sister and my brother's keeper. That's what Ubuntu is about. I am because we are. Your welfare is my welfare. And that's why I'm talking about the belly laugh that we create together, that harmony that we create together. And I'm challenging us, everyone on the call, listening to this, that's what we need to do. We need to recognize that as humanity, we are actually one. We are a community, and we talk about the global community, talk about the global village that is narrowed down because of all the developments that have taken place. But how much do we care for one another? How much do we recognize the fact that we are actually interconnected? Moving on. So in Zulu, we say umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu. A person is a person through other people. You're not an island. We are dependent on other people. Their success is our success. So I can't be happy if my colleague is not doing well. That's why we reach out. Particularly those of us who have a lot of experience, have been around the block a number of times. We don't look at the youngster and say, let him learn his own lesson, let him pay his school fees where we can. It is good, of course, for people to learn from their own experience, but it can be very expensive when you are there, when you can lend a hand to uplift others. I am a person through other people. So let's reinforce that idea in our workplaces as we live together, as we perform together. I mean, we hear all this. Brett earlier was talking about employer branding and how actually as a team, as a group, we make that come alive, right? Intentionally. And I'm proposing that that's what we need to do. That's what Ubuntu says. Umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu. A person is a person through other people. Next slide. So we are all intricately connected. This interconnectedness helps us to build on each other's experiences, each other's intellect. We talk about collaboration. It's a big word. Co-creation. We can't do those things if we are mavericks. We are loners. We do them in community. So this interconnectedness, this interdependency is key for our survival and for our health. I mean, I was looking at the Sustainable Development Goals. It can't be that, well, this is not going to affect me. We know, the scientists have told us, it's going to affect all of us. And we need to, it is for that reason that these 17 Sustainable Development Goals came about. Can you imagine if we put aside selfishness, if we put aside individuality or individualism, it has its place, but individualism is the me, it's about myself only. But think, how does this impact my neighbor? My actions. I mean, we can do small things to impact our ecosystem because we are interconnected, to care for one another. The first goal, number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, individual, all of us can do something about that. Yeah, we can do something about ensuring equality, ensuring that people feel they belong, creating, particularly if you're a leader in the community, in your organization, making sure that people feel that they are welcome, they belong, equality. It's something that will strengthen. Accepting diversity, equality between men and women, that will create that environment. Interconnectedness, because umuntu, mabantu, so we create community. We lead with empathy. When we put people first, it's about the being, it's about the person. Yeah, we are compassionate. And that will alleviate a lot of problems. I mean, I was listening to psychologists talking about the issues of mental health, the devastation that happens because people's mental health is not being taken care of. Just listening to the next person, being empathetic, not saying anything. Simple things as like giving a hug, yeah? Because what we want to do, want to laugh together. Respect, value human dignity and human worth. Reciprocity. It's not about me, it's about us. Next slide. So we need to embrace this, because if we are going to be successful as a world, successful in the workplace, successful as communities, this has to be by design. It doesn't happen by accident. We talk about teams, high-performing teams. It's by design. You create the culture, you create the environment where people can be indeed the best that they can be. Moving on, next slide. So, when we talk about employee engagement, as I was saying earlier, that all the indicators tell us that people are not fully engaged. And when you dig and you ask them, even before you call consultants in, if you take your teams and you just speak to your own people and say, what are the obstacles? And as a leader, you ask the question, because you're a people-first leader, what can I do to remove the obstacles on your way so that you can perform at your best? Imagine if everybody in the team, as we start the day in our organization, we ask that question, people first. How can I be of service, of help to you today? How can I best serve you? Because I want you to succeed. It's not individualism where it's a, up-one-manship. We don't think about this, but we depend on each other for our success. We're in the same boat. Just look at the world. We need to succeed as humanity. That's why we all need to make a contribution to sustainability. Little things, small things. In as much as we see the devastation that climate change is causing, there are people, there are organizations that have not lifted a finger to try and deal with what we see. In your own small household, there's stuff that you can do. Recycling, right? I'm amazed. In our family, we actually started recycling, and just looking at the stuff that goes to the dump site now, very, very few. The dustbin is almost empty. It only takes rubbish, small, not food items, because that stuff you can make a compost for yourself, have a small garden. Thinking just sustainability. It's been amazing to see that. So we can all contribute. We can all engage. Here we're talking about creating an environment that unleashes the potential of people so that these percentages actually change and people are performing at their peak. We can change this percent. This is 2023. I don't know what the stats are today, but it hasn't improved that much. So we need, as leaders, we need to be, and as colleagues at work, we need to create an environment that certainly testifies to the fact that we put people first, not me first. You put others first. And if they put you first, just imagine the energy that you create when you do that. Next one. So this has to be a way of life in which we prioritize community in our workplaces, the well-being of everyone in the workplace, and the mutual support that we need. People feeling that they are supported in this environment that we're in these workplaces. And we know the results. moving on to the next slide, for instance, I will be showing you that, of course, I'm from this part of the world, Southern Africa. I showed this team that this is the performance, and this is a picture that was taken in Paris, right, when they won that World Cup for, I would say for the umpteenth time. I know that's not true, but it is trust, it is dependence on each other that fuels success. If as a world we're going to succeed in solving our problems, which I know are many, if in our workplaces we're going to resolve problems, which are many, if we're going to build trust and depending on one another and sail to shore successfully, profitably, we need to ensure that we play as a team. And we play as a team because we have created an environment of trust, environment where I know that my colleagues are covering my backs. And they know they are competent to do what they need to do. And if they are not competent, how do we develop that competency that they need to perform at their best? We don't laugh at them. We bring them along. We provide the skills, the knowledge that they need to succeed. Yesterday, I met with 10 young people. And in our part of the world, the youth, if not probably worldwide, facing huge challenges in terms of unemployment. And how do you bring hope in an environment like this? It's how you lead, what you say, whether or not people can open up to you. And these young people, our intention is to inspire them to look at the world and see what it is that they can do, not to block their way, but to inspire them. So success comes because we play as a team. Next slide. So we've got to play as a team. Same message here. This is the leading team at the moment. So next slide, just talking about the fact that everyone has to know what they're doing. I mean, talent, yeah, you can have the best talent, but it's not going to deliver for you if you are not putting people in the right seats, as someone said, yeah, have the right driver driving the bus, creating the right culture, ensuring that the people have the skills, and celebrating. Look at the happiness of this team. Last year, they won the league in South Africa for the 7th time consecutively, yeah, and they went on to win this inaugural African Football League. Team that is doing very well. Now, I'm not going to spend time talking about what makes them well, perform so well. Part of it is individual commitment, but it's also commitment as a community. Knowing, I mean, it's like the guys have telepathy in terms when they pass the ball. It's like they have telepathy because they know each other's strength. Is that the kind of environment, inspiring environment that you are creating in your workplace, that you are creating in your workplace, in your community? That's the vibe we need to have. Next slide. Okay, so let's create that. So putting people first, then we put them first when business emphasizes collaboration, collaborative leadership, and social responsibility. When in our education system, we foster community-based learning, social, emotional development, and ways that our communities can be resilient. If a community is, we're not talking about structure, we're talking about people, that you create resilience within that community. The people that come out of there can be resilient in the workplace. So because of this interdependency, we actually cannot afford to only have resilience happening only in workplaces. It actually happen in community, in society, in a country. That gives us capability as the world, if that's what's happening. And of course, in our personal relationships, that are imbued with empathy, active listening, and amicable resolutions of problems. Ego kills this. Where there are opportunities of resolving problems that affect communities, affect countries, egos come in the way because we are not able to look for the win-win. Ubuntu says we can all win because I am, because we are. That's what it's about. Ubuntu leadership, putting people first in decision-making. I like the saying that in a meeting, you should always have an empty chair, which represents the person who's not in the room. If it's your customers, you think about them as you craft this solution. Yeah, if it's your management and talking about what they're going to be doing in the company, putting a chair there representing the employees. And if our employees were here, what questions would they ask about what we're doing? Putting yourself in the other person's shoes, relationships, personal relationships that are imbued with sympathy. And of course, here I'm talking about multilateralism, which we see is starting to disappear in the world. Selfishness is coming through, me, ego coming through. But we need our global institutions to be led by people who put people first. And we need a world where people are put first. The interests of people are put first. People are inspired to follow the lead. We know that there's a lot of mistrust in terms of how people are showing up and leading. Globally, we've got to change that. You change that by one person at a time, understanding that there is this interconnectivity. Next slide. So I'm going to conclude and say, from my point of view, leading with Ubuntu puts people first. It shows that you care about people. I'm not saying Ubuntu says you don't take tough decisions. No, it's not a cocky kind of thing. You take tough decisions, but you make sure that people understand why those decisions, the rationale for that, is not because I say so. Yeah, it's because here's the rationale. And people are so gracious when you explain. I mean, I having been in the human resources field for many years, having led restructuring of companies, when you do it with grace, with understanding, with Ubuntu at heart, it changes everything. Because people understand and you're fair. The problem is that when you start being unfair, unfairness doesn't come from a place of Ubuntu. It comes from a place of ego, selfishness, not community. Tough decisions can be made through this philosophy of Ubuntu. Because you consult, you communicate, you are empathetic, you listen. The solutions are not only in your head, they're in the heads of the community, and they can give you the solution. So putting people first is that you hear what their views are, you care about them, and you show it on a daily basis. That's how you show up in the workplace, not just as a leader. I'm challenging even us as colleagues in the workplace. What kind of a colleague are you? Are you that abhorrent colleague that no one wants to talk to? How do we change that? Because that's an element of behavior. How do we behave? And it can be remedied. Secondly, so Ubuntu puts the burden on all of us. We're allies. I am my sister and my brother's keeper. There is therefore no space for bullying when we practice Ubuntu. There is no space of canceling culture when we practice Ubuntu because we care for one another. So there's stuff that we all need to collectively work on to bring this culture of treating each other with dignity, regarding each other as people of value, not people to be discarded. Events happening around the world at the moment are very discouraging, but we can't give up. We need to work hard to win hearts, minds, and of course, make sure that the hands do the right thing and we treat each other carefully. The hands are used for hugging, for love, yeah, for demonstrating love, because for connection, yeah, that's what we want to do. So there is no space for bullying, and it's one of the rampant things. I mean, this month is a month where we say there should be no bullying in the workplace. But we know, as a coach, I sometimes encounter people whose self-confidence has been thoroughly demolished in places where there should be inspiration, not taking out the dignity of people. So the workplace has to be inspiring, because people spend a lot of time doing work or being at work, and we can't afford to be known as a place where people are going to people. Last one, we can all exercise self-leadership and lead others with Ubuntu. How you show up, how you support others. You can adopt this philosophy. I'm challenging all of us to embrace Ubuntu. Next slide. So this is Maya Angelou, and she reminds us that how we treat people stays with them. How are you going to be treating your staff, your colleagues today? Lead with Ubuntu, make a difference, create an inspiring workplace. Be an inspiration wherever you go. That's my conclusion. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you so much. Sometimes things are delivered to you when you need them most, and I think your talk just now is exactly what the world needs. A reminder of that we need to put each other first, to build the community, to be each other's inspiration, to have empathy and respect. I mean, what you just put forward is so powerful and so eloquent. But I just wish we had 1 million eyeballs on this this session, or 1 billion eyeballs even, because it's exactly what the world needs right now, and both inside and outside of the workplace. So we will be promoting this on demand, and hopefully, if people are watching us on demand right now, but as far and as wide as we can go, because yeah, brilliantly put, and wholeheartedly agree with everything you've just put forward. And I want to say Ubuntu, but I probably pronounced it very, very poorly. So
no, that's perfect. That's perfect.
So, but I just want to say I'm very grateful for what you do and for sharing this today. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
What an amazing session, and incredibly, I've been asked by a few people recently about community and a lot of what Jerry has just put forward. So I'm already thinking about who I'm going to share that with directly, because it's going to help them and their organizations. And I hope that you are watching this, thinking about how you can use this in your own organization and share it with other people who, and even, like I say, outside of the workplace, just in our society, in our neighborhoods, in our homes, treating each other with respect and being each other's inspiration. What a perfect message. And to the laughter point, just a sidebar, I need to improve my health a little bit. And I was reading the other day that laughter actually is one of the great ways of improving one of the aspects of my health. So I'm all for being made to somebody else making me laugh a bit more. My wife does do it on a regular occasions anyway. So, but thanks again, Jerry. I'm going off on a tangent now. Thank you so much. Absolutely fantastic. We have one more session in this region before we hand over to somebody who has had some sleep and going into the European side of things. So in about 30 seconds, I will be returning to introduce our final session in the region. And I'm looking forward to this one. So welcome back. As I said, this is the final talk of this in this region before I hand over my hosting duties and we head into Europe and the UK and then off over to America, where Latin and North, where I will appear in about another 12 hours time. It's been a real honor to have been going through the night with everybody and to have had such a varied array of talks, but at the same time having a real thread going through it with humanity and how to treat people properly, talking about empathy, respect, and a bit putting people first, which is obviously one of our missions. So thank you for letting me host you during this session. Our final talk is back to a case study from another inspiring workplace around the world. It comes from Premo Ojokojo, Chief People Officer at AZA Finance. And Premo has over 20 years experience in human resources. Prior to her role at AZA Finance, Premo held senior HR roles at various organizations in Nigeria and across Africa. Premo's expertise spans numerous HR functions, including HR strategies, policy formulation, employee relations, performance management, and organizational development. At AZA Finance, Premo has been instrumental in building the culture where every person feels empowered to bring their best self to work and operate as a diverse and yet completely unified team. Amen to that. The title of her talk is How and Why to Build an Authentically Diverse Team. One I've been really looking forward to. It's been keeping me going. It's a pre-recorded video session created just for us. So we're very grateful to Premo and the team, and we hope you enjoy. So over to Premo.
Everyone, welcome to this session. My name is Premo Ojokojo. I'm the Chief People Officer at AZA Finance. AZA Finance is a global payments company that provides services to clients across various countries in multiple currencies. We offer FX, treasury, and liquidity services to customers, mostly in Africa, Europe, and the rest of the world. Today, we're going to be looking into how and why to build an authentically diverse team. Now, at AZA Finance, we have offices cut across various locations, most in Africa, in Europe, and also remote employees across various locations. Now, what is most important in building an authentically diverse team comes from the first instant, the talent is found. Now, in order to do this, you have to first ask yourself, what is the company's direction? Why do you want to have your DEIB goals? Is it just to fulfill a quota, or is it more important because that is how the company's direction needs to be? Now, at AZA Finance, it's very key for us to be diverse, meaning we need all the employees we have cut across different cultures, different races, different orientations, and that is key. Key because most of the services that we provide, like I mentioned earlier, happens in various countries. Now, when you have a diverse team, it is easier and faster to understand what and where and why things occur in that country. To have service customers, to manage individuals, to manage stakeholders, it is very key to have these kinds of people in having a diverse team in these countries. Now, why diversity matters? Mostly, it's informed by a wider audience. A diverse team brings varied viewpoints, languages, cultural backgrounds. This then enables for better decision-making and a deeper understanding of your entire audience. For example, if you have a company or you have businesses happening in, say, South Africa, in South Africa, it's important to understand what the culture is, how the language is, the viewpoint, because what one person does is totally different from the other person. How one having someone based, for example, in the UK managing services in South Africa may not bring out the best outcome for the business. So it's very important. Now, an authentic diversity is about ensuring that everyone feels valued, safe, and has a voice. To start off, our hiring practices tend to be blind, and we focus only on skills, ability, and potential. Okay, using structured interviews and a diverse hiring panel tends to eliminate any bias that we might have, because that's usually what happens. We're usually biased because of the people when we focus more on people than focusing on their skills and their abilities and what they can bring to the company. So it's very key to start off with your hiring plan. Or remember that in diversity, the entire employee life cycle should be taken into consideration. So you start off with the kind of talent that you find. The location is important, the management is important. Now, not every organization can actually bring that forth at all times, but it's key to start off with hiring blind, hiring to ensure that the people that we find and the people that we bring onto the team bring that into the picture. Now, another way that having a diverse team can significantly influence the development of any product or service that a company gives, and then the overall and always contributes to the overall success of the company. One of the ways is it enhances creativity and innovation. When you have a diverse team, like I said earlier, they bring together a wide range of perspective, experiences, ideas, and then this mixed together can lead to more creative solutions and then innovation. I'll take, for example, on my team, I have my team members spread across different locations. I'm based in the UK, and I have team members spread across Nigeria, Ghana, Senegal, South Africa, Spain, and Kenya, and Uganda, and more and more. Now, in order for us to be creative, it's important for each and every one of us to bring our own idea to the mix. Everyone has a voice in whatever direction our goal needs to go. My team members can challenge each other's assumptions, and then we build on each other's ideas in unique ways. We find and become more creative in the way and the direction in which we go. So that then enhances our creativity, it builds our innovation, and then more and more, these teams can learn off each other based on the various experiences that they've come with. Now, another thing about how building a diverse team and why diversity matters is commitment. Commitment is very key. True diversity comes from a genuine effort to build a diverse team. Like I said earlier, the token for hires or hires made just to meet a quota will not contribute meaningfully to the organization and are less likely to voice their perspective. And that is very important. Do not do your diversity because you just want to meet a quota. That is where a lot of companies have gotten it wrong in their ability to build an authentically diverse team. If it's fulfilling quota, then you will not achieve the diversity that matters. I know of an experience where an individual joined a company and she was just a diversity hire. It brought about when we just hire based because we want to fill a diversity quota, what ends up happening is that we have a high attrition rate. You have people not wanting and enjoying their job. And you see, remember that the reason why we build our teams is most importantly for the business, but remember that the people must always remain our assets. And when our people cannot bring their best selves on a constant basis, it affects the overall outcome for what we want as a business. So it is very, very key that we ensure that we can build a diverse team using our hiring, looking at how creative they can be, and then understanding the ways in which each and every one of them can help. Another way a diverse team can help is it helps an authentically diverse team. It helps improve our decision making. It's more than anything when you lead with more thorough analysis and better outcomes, then the various viewpoints of each person helps us avoid a groupthink where each person comes with their own idea. So proper research goes into diverse team. It makes it better for decision making. And then we're more than likely to consider various viewpoints. As always, having various viewpoints to handling a particular project or handling a particular task is very key. So it's important that we focus on those aspects in building a diverse team. Another key area in building a diverse team is getting leadership commitment to it. Note this, leadership commitment means encouraging our leaders to openly commit to diversity. A top-down approach sets the tone and ensures managers and hiring teams align with these values. Now, part of leadership commitment is to promote within. That is very key for us at AZA. And in order to do that, we ensure that each employee has an individualized development plan and then encourage continuous learning. Each person knows where their growth trajectory looks like. They know where they go from one step to the other, how long it will take them, what is required at each level, and then that helps them grow from one point to the other. Now, another part of leadership commitment is being transparent about how the company is succeeding and where improvements are needed. Be open about it. When you have a diverse team, like I said earlier, a diverse team usually would help us come with different ideas so that it's not just a group think and then people are thinking individually and then can bring that together on ways in which we can go. Now, by building an authentically diverse team, our company has been able to unlock employees' potential, foster creativity, innovation, which brings on better business outcome and promotes inclusivity. That is what drives us here at AZA, to ensure that the diverse team that we have is not only seen, but also heard and are truly valued. Another way to build a diverse team is to open a whistleblowing process. Ensure that your organization has a transparent system for reporting issues. Retaining diverse talent requires addressing any internal challenges or barriers they may face. Whistleblowing is, like we all know, must be kept confidential. So it's when people know that they have the ability or the chance to always speak up when something is not looking right, and they have the backing from leadership, it then makes it easier for people to continue to work in the diverse environment that has been created. Now, there is not a one-size-fits-all for every organization. It depends on what an organization's direction looks like. But as HR leaders, it's important to clearly seek and understand what business direction we're going so that we then know what people's strategy we then need when it comes to building a diverse team. More importantly, it's good to avoid quotas. Hire locally where possible. Instead of quotas, grow by opening offices in key regions and hiring locally. Where you cannot open locally, but you have business in the local front, you can turn to various EORs or various opportunities. But it's good to, and if your business is aligned with it, you can locally hire individuals that would help. At AZA, we're very keen about our people and hiring locally because of where we do business. Now, people then get nervous about the fact that I'm here, how do I manage my team in a various location? Find the tools, find the equipment, put together the systems that would make sure that your people, even though they're diverse and they're in different parts of the world, they can still contribute to the total company picture. At AZA, we use certain tools like Lattice. Lattice allows everyone to see how they contribute to the company goal. There we can even do our one-to-ones and understand how we do stuff, how things are done. We do most of our learning online, collectively, individually, and that is tracked directly through our learning tool or our learning platform, which what we currently use now is 5 minutes. .ai. And then for our payroll, we know that we cannot do it ourselves directly. So we found the right partners, and for us, that is Papaya, who would not only provide payroll services in the countries where we have entities, but also provide employer of record services where we have remote employees. Now, managers, regardless of where they're based and where their team members might be, ensure that they have weekly one-to-ones with individuals and have collective team meetings where everyone is given the opportunity to show truly who they are. This avoiding quotas truly fosters diversity naturally and avoids the inefficiency of centralizing hires in the headquarters. Now, remember, I'm talking from a point of view of a company that is global and is distributed across various locations. That might not happen from one company to the other. Like I mentioned earlier, it is important to focus on what is key for your business. What direction is your business going? Don't form the norm and say, this is where everybody's going, so I want to jump on that train. Understand that what might happen for A might not happen for B. Okay, and that is key. Now, another thing I had mentioned about how diversity helps is that it helps to increase engagement and retention. Having a diverse team truly helps increase engagement and retention because you've pulled ideas from different individuals, different locations, and different mindsets. Your diversity and inclusion initiatives can create a more welcoming and supportive work environment. Like I said before, they will continue to feel valued, they will be included, and are generally more engaged and are less likely to leave the company, reducing turnover costs. We know how expensive turnover costs can be. The cost of hiring, to training, to learning, and then that individual leaves within a very short time frame affects everything about us as a business. So it's important to make sure that all these are set and are in place. So building an authentically diverse team will truly help increase your employee engagement and retention. Another area that helps with a better reputation and brand image. Everybody knows that the world is changing. The world of work is not the way it was 20 years ago when I started off in HR. And more diversity and inclusion is often viewed more favorably by consumers, by investors, and even potential employees. This can enhance the company's reputation, attract top talent, and even improve your financial performance. So it's very key. When in building a diverse team, it shows how truly you're keeping up to the goals and the direction in which the company is going. Now, as people leaders, we're the ones who are armed or who are tasked with ensuring that this is pushed across the team. It's important to find a way to ensure that not only leadership, but even it's trickled down, like I mentioned earlier, it's trickled from top to bottom, and everyone understands what is going on. And by having more engaged staff, like I said, it also improves your brand image and improves your brand value. Another great point and another great area that building a diverse team can help with is when it's in adaptability and flexibility. Diverse teams are always more adaptable to change and better equipped to handle complex problems. The varied backgrounds and approaches allow each and everyone to pivot and innovate in the face of challenges more efficiently than most homogeneous teams. Now, take, for example, an issue happens in a particular region, and you have a team that is diverse enough to understand that region or understand how that happens. It's easier and faster for them to react compared to however being in only the headquarter location to do what it is you need to do. Now, I'll give an example. We had a bit of an issue recently in one of our locations. It was easier to get the team rallied together to handle that situation and get out of it quicker. And then that alone helped a lot in helping sure that we could pivot away from the issues. And then each of them came up with various innovative ideas in order to face the challenges. And those ideas were then banked together and used to solve the issue that was at hand. Now, that then brought about an improvement in the terms of their adaptability and flexibility. Now, what am I saying in summary? Diversity within teams tends to foster an environment where creativity thrives, decisions are more robust, customer needs are better understood, and the company culture is more inclusive. All of which contribute to the overall success of the company. Let's not be the HR leaders or the people leaders who is only focused just on our goals and the issues. Let's focus on how what we do and how what we contribute then brings about an overall success to the company. Like I said earlier, at Asa Finance, our diversity is our strongest tool. Our diversity is what makes us the company that we are today. So it's important. So building an authentically diverse team has helped us keep our employee engagement rate as high as 95% year to year in the last 2 years. It has also ensured that our culture is fully imbibed and understood across the teams. And that in all has also helped us in our company's success, because what then happens is everyone tends to come and bring their best selves to work. And by doing so, it then encourages more and more the other way of doing stuff. Now, you want to learn more or you want to know more about how ASA is building their finance, building the diverse team, you can check out our website at www.asafinance.com. You'll see our products, services, people are constantly and continuously bringing about value, not only to the company, but the individuals as a whole, and also to the locations and the places where we have our employees employed. Thank you so much for listening in. It has been a pleasure to be a part of this. And I hope that some of the things I've said have helped in one way or the other to encourage how you build the diversity in your team. If you need more, you can follow me on LinkedIn, Prema Ojokojo on LinkedIn, and I will do my best to answer some of those questions. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you so much, Premo, and apologies for pronouncing it AZA as a finance. I'm going to put that down to the time of day. What incredible in-depth case study there. Really gave us a lot of detail into what they're doing. And like she says, please do follow her and reach out. Everybody that I've ever come across who's won an award really does want to help their peers. And that's what makes this community so special. So thank you so much, Premo. Thank you, Asa Finance. Congratulations on winning. Thank you for watching this part of the PeopleFirst Summit. We will be back in about 1 hour where we head into Europe. And you have a new host, Karen Volo. And one of my colleagues, Marta, will be also joining with the hosting at that stage too. So thank you so much. We will be back shortly.